What happened, Rajesh? You look so worried.
What can I say, Nandita ma'am? I just opened my computer to check into the files that you have forwarded. Now they are missing. Not only that, some of the other files also seem to be tampered with. Besides that, some of my applications are malfunctioning now.
It sounds like your computer is hacked.
Hacked? What is it, Nandita ma'am?
Well, hacking means someone has infiltrated your system illegally through cyberspace.
Cyberspace? What is it? And how is that possible?
All that you think is impossible is quite possible when it comes to cyberspace. Let me tell you more about cyberspace first, so that you can understand what hacking is. As you might already know that after the computer was introduced to the world, technology has leaped ahead dramatically. To make the technology more efficient, computers are connected to each other globally through series of electronic links called networks. These networks finally created the very base of the Internet. The Internet, as we all know, is now indispensable. We can't seem to do anything without it. With the Internet connected to our computers or mobile phones, it is now very easy to talk, send text, photos or videos to anyone, anywhere in the world in a matter of milliseconds. We can buy and sell items or goods, pay bills, check our bank accounts through the Internet, beside other things. Besides that, we can collect any sort of information from various sites offered in the Internet. We can also share any sort of information through the Internet with our friends, family members, and colleagues. Computerized technology has made it possible to control switches remotely. These switches may be used to obtain data or check the flow of water from dams or oil from refineries. Computerized technology can also be used to open doors automatically and remotely. Most factories and office workplaces now have computerized video cameras. These cameras send videos or images constantly to the factory owners so that they can check the progress of work. In space science, scientists use computerized gadgets for successful Moon and Mars missions. They can exchange information and data through an electronically created virtual space called cyberspace. Now, what is cyberspace? Cyberspace is the term used to refer to the virtual computer world. It is an electronic medium created to form a global computer network to make online communication swift and possible. The term cyberspace was first coined by William Gibson in 1984. Cyberspace includes Internet and independent information technology, also referred to as IT network of computers. Beside IT network, telecommunication networks, computer systems, and all other processors or controllers are also a part of cyberspace. Incidentally, smartphones, smartwatches, or any other such devices connected to the Internet too are included in the cyberspace. Cyberspace made it possible for users to share . One of the distinct features of cyberspace is that it is global without any borders or limits. A person from one corner of the world can easily reach out and communicate, share images, videos with another person in another corner of the world by using the cyberspace. Consequently, on one hand, anyone can join this cyberspace through an internet connection for benefit through information exchange. However, on the other hand, anyone with adequate knowledge about the cyberspace can manipulate it to create disruption in it. Disruptions in the cyberspace can lead to very big disasters, as it is the storehouse of all sort of information. If all of these information is disarranged or tampered with, the world will be very badly affected. There could be loss of information, data stolen from organizations, leading to business collapses, and also could create political enmity situations. For this reason, it becomes very important to make cyberspace safe and secure so that no user is harmed by the use of it. However, it is not such an easy task, as some internet users manipulate the cyberspace to intrude into someone else's personal data, to steal information or create disruptions in the data. The threats to cybersecurity are a long list of possibilities and vulnerabilities. However, if we have to overcome these threats to make cyberspace safe and secure, the path to do exactly this is very complicated as well as complex. So, Rajesh, if I try to explain you the complex part of the cybersecurity now, you may not understand that very well. To know more about cybersecurity, you must first know some basics of cybersecurity and fundamental aspects.
Sure, Nandita ma'am. Can you let me know more about the basics of cybersecurity?
Definitely, Rajesh. After knowing the basics, you can surely build up your knowledge through other training modules and practical lessons.
Yes, please. Let's proceed. With so much threat to our computer systems, it is very important for us to know how to safeguard ourselves against these threats. As you might already know, Nandita ma'am, that my computer is hacked illegally and valuable data is stolen as well as tampered. How can I deal with this as an end user?
Rajesh, as an end user of a computer with internet connection, you are always vulnerable to hackers. These hackers use viruses and vulnerable software to intrude into your system. To safeguard yourself against such threat, you have to be aware of cybersecurity.
Nandita ma'am, can you tell me more about cybersecurity?
Sure, Rajesh. Network threats are huge at the user's end when they operate through the internet, either to access information or conduct business. You will always have to deal with viruses and vulnerable software that is designed by someone remotely to intrude into your system. In addition to that, not all computers perform very well. So, performance issues of computer systems add to the hindrance. For this reason, cybersecurity should be one of the foremost concerns for anybody who uses the internet to search for information. However, First, let us check what the most common reason is for having a very poor cyber security. A bad or a very weak password is the first and the commonest reason why an intruder is able to access someone's computer. This can lead to theft of users' personal information, loss of data, and above all, the financial losses, causing great difficulties.
Oh, really? I believe my password is also rather very weak.
It seems so, Rajesh. No wonder someone is able to access your computer so easily.
Do you have a solution to this problem, Nandita ma'am?
Sure, Rajesh. A password is used by everyone who is connected to the cyberspace through their computer system and internet connection. First, let's know what a password is and how it functions. In many organizations and even industrial security zones, a password plays a vital role. For example, in secret organizations like military intelligence or crime department, a verbal password is maintained by the inner members. This password is not shared with anyone outside the organization. If anyone tries to enter the building or zone of such an organization, the sentries placed outside will halt the person and ask them to show their identity first. The sentries may even be pointing their guns at the person all the time. The person will only be allowed inside if he or she can tell the password correctly. A computer password works similarly. As soon as you open the computer, the login page opens, which prompts you to enter the password. You can only access the computer once you have entered the correct password. A computer password can be a secret word or phrase which allows entry to your computer and the network. Most long-term computer users create passwords which are difficult to guess by someone else, while they can remember it easily. To make a password difficult to guess, it usually consists of a string of characters arranged in a random order. It could be alphabets, numbers, special characters, or a combination of all of them. Password forms one of the essential lines of defense against the intrusion of cyber criminals into our emails, computer systems, or social networks. You can also create a difficult password by arranging characters in such a manner that others cannot guess it easily, while you can remember it easily. Many people find it difficult to memorize complex passwords, and so they create passwords which they themselves can easily recall or guess. But what you can guess, the hacker on the network can also guess, and even faster than the time you took to create it.
Really? But Nandita ma'am, how can a hacker guess a password that I have created?
Hackers may not initially know what the password is. However, they try a number of combinations with different characters to crack the password. And sometimes they are able to crack the password if it is weakly created. Let me tell you Rajesh, most people use names, words or numbers to create password so that they can remember them easily.
Yes, Nandita ma'am. Even I mostly use either the name of one of my family members or a few numbers in ascending pattern to create passwords.
Yes, I can understand that. These are very weak passwords. No wonder your computer was hacked so easily. Names, words, phrases and numbers in a sequence are common passwords and can be cracked easily by hackers. A company called Splash Data annually publish a list of worst passwords that people use to access the network from their system. The list is topped by 123456 and password in first two places for last 4 years. This fact vividly proves that users do not learn and continue to use easy-to-use passwords to access information in the internet. It usually attracts hackers who can easily crack the password and intrude into the personal system to steal data or information. Some very commonly used passwords in this list are QWERTY, I love you, admin, whatever, let me in, welcome, login, hello, ABC123, password, master, etc. These passwords are very weak and also very commonplace. Hackers can easily crack them and ask computer.
Can you now tell me how to create a password that is difficult to crack by hackers but easy for me to remember, Nandita ma'am?
Sure, Rajesh. I was just coming to that point only. To create an effective and hard to crack password for your computer, you need to check a few important things.
What are those, Nandita ma'am?
First of all, check the length of password. The longer the password, it is more difficult to be cracked by a hacker. Although it would be quite difficult to remember a very long password with more than 12 different characters. However, it is recommended that you ensure that at least it has minimum 8 characters. To make the password more complicated, it is recommended that you use mixed type of characters in your password. The password can contain random combination of alphabets, numbers, permitted special characters, including upper and lower cases. While creating a password, do not make the password so complicated and lengthy that it becomes difficult for you to remember it yourself. A very easy method of creating a very complicated password is by using characters from a paraphrase that only you can remember very easily. To create such a password, use a paraphrase that is based on a sequence of events. Here is an illustration. The password MFSWDPSIN08 comes from the first letters of each word used in the sentence and the last 2 numbers given at its Now, let me tell you about the endpoint security.
Endpoint security? What is it, ma'am?
Well, as you are the end user of the internet through your computer, so the security of your computer is called the endpoint security. Every computer should be placed physically in a safe place under lock and key. Each computer should have a power-on password, which has to be applied after you switch on the computer. The computer should ask for the password once you have switched it on. As soon as the operating system starts, it should further have a password to log in to the computer, lest someone comes in your absence and logs on. The screensaver should also require a password to start using the computer again. Tips for password management. Use minimum 8 to 12 characters in a password. Use a combination of alphabets, numbers, and special characters in the password. Password should be random, unique, and shouldn't be easily guessed. Don't use dictionary word or combination of dictionary words. Don't use a password spelled backwards. Avoid use of common terms from pop culture and sports as password. Avoid use of your relatives, best friends, and pet's name as password. To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen. Cyberspace. The cyberspace is an electronically created virtual space which is made up by a vast network of internet. The cyberspace connects all the computers globally through the internet. The term cyberspace was first coined by William Gibson in 1984. Beside IT network, telecommunication networks, computer systems, and all other processors or controllers are also a part of cyberspace. Cybersecurity. As there is huge threat of hackers who can access your system through the cyberspace, so cybersecurity is #1 priority for any end users, either to access information or conduct business. Password. A computer password is a series of characters either in alphabets, numbers, or a mixture of both with symbols that is created by the user to safeguard his or her computer from intruders. You can only access the computer once you have entered the correct password. Common passwords. Common passwords are very weak passwords, which are mostly created by first-time computer users. These passwords can be easily hacked by intruders and access the computer remotely to steal personal information. Creating a password. A user can create his or her own password. However, while creating a new password, the user must take care it is not too simple that hackers can easily crack it. The user can create a complicated password by using initial letters or numbers from a paraphrase that he or she knows very well. Such passwords are hard to crack and the computer remains secure from hackers. Endpoint security. Being the end user of the internet through a computer, so the security of the personal computer is called the endpoint security. To keep the endpoint secure, one should not divulge the password to anyone.
Nandita ma'am, you had been such a help. I wish I have known more about computers.
Would you like to know about the history of computers, Rajesh?
Sure ma'am. Do you have any information about the history of computers?
Sure, Rajesh. Let me tell you about the origin of computers. It is very important for us to know how computers originated in our world. Then only we will have a clear understanding about cyberspace and cybersecurity. Since the early times, man had the desire to calculate. Man used to observe the things around him and slowly developed a kind of understanding about the number of similar things around him. In the early period, man counted with his fingers in his hands, and then by using pebbles and lines drawn on sand or on the rocks. Slowly, man learned how to make tools and weapons to help him in his daily routine.
Can you tell me how these calculations originated, ma'am?
Well, the history of high calculations originated after the invention of the abacus. Do you know, Rajesh, that the very first calculating machine was the abacus?
Really? I think it is still being used in schools.
Yes, Rajesh, it is still being used in schools. The abacus is a simple instrument. It is made of a wooden frame inside which beads were arranged on threads or wooden bars. Abacus assisted human beings to count beyond the numbers of fingers in his hands. Due to the similarity of its function, abacus is often called as the ancestor of the modern-day computer.
I can guess that at that time, it was quite a complicated task to run the abacus.
Definitely, Rajesh, it was very new then. Well, Rajesh, the next period of computer development took place during 17th century with the advent of Blaise Pascal.
Really? What did Blaise Pascal develop, Nandita ma'am?
the demand to calculate bigger sums became very high. Blaise Pascal invented a mechanical calculator in 17th century which had wheels with numbers. It came to be known as the arithmetic machine or Pascaline. It added or subtracted up to 8-figured long sums with a base of 10.
What after Blaise Pascal did the revolution took a new turn?
Of course, but it happened a lot of times later. For that, Rajesh, I will need to explain to you about Charles Babbage. You should know that he was called the father of the modern-day computer.
No idea, Nandita ma'am. Who was Charles Babbage?
Well, Charles Babbage, an English mathematician, first theorized that mathematical calculations could be carried out by an automatic machine. He invented how to break up calculations into simple operations. For this reason, Charles Babbage is considered the father of the computer. He finally designed the first navigational calculations in 1833. This took the form of an engine called the analytical engine. The programs and data were fed to the machine through punched cards. Punch cards was a process which was being used at that time to direct mechanical looms such as the Jacquard loom. To get the output, the machine includes a printer, a curve plotter, and a bell. The machine would also be able to punch numbers onto cards. The engine included an arithmetic logic unit, control flow in the form of conditional branching and loops. It also consists of an integrated memory. The machine designed by Charles Babbage was about a century ahead of its time. All the parts of the machine were actually handmade. However, Charles Babbage was not able to complete the machine during his lifetime. His son, Henry Babbage, completed a simplified version of the analytical engine's computing unit in 1888. During World War II, when England and Germany was at war, the British achieved a number of success at breaking encrypted German military communications. The German encryption machine, Enigma, was first attacked with the help of the electromechanical bombs. To crack the more sophisticated German Lawrence machine, used of high-level army communications, Max Neumann and his colleagues commissioned to build the Colossus. Just after that, an American professional was given the task of completing the U.S. Census. He devised a punch card machine to store the data and also used electricity for the first time to assist in computing. With the use of electricity, it ended the mechanical computers and laid the beginning of a new way of computing. George Boole, an English mathematician, suggested electricity to be the basis of the binary system.
All these people, they were such big contributors to the inventions of the computer. It is really unbelievable.
Really, Rajesh, that was the history.
When the first computer that used electricity was invented, Nandita ma'am?
Well, the first computer that used electricity was built by USA. It was called the ENIAC. The US built ENIAC, or Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, was the first electronic programmable computer built in the US. The ENIAC was faster and more flexible than the Colossus. Like the Colossus, a program on the ENIAC was defined by the states of its patch cables and switches. There were 6 women who programmed the ENIAC, and so they were called the ENIAC girls. It combined the high speed of electronics with the ability to be programmed for many complex problems. It could add or subtract 5,000 times a second, 1,000 times faster than any other machine at that time. It also had modules to multiply, divide, and square root. It was built under the direction of John Walkley and J. Presper Eckert at the University of Pennsylvania. ENIAC's development and construction lasted from 1943 to full operation at the end of 1945. However, the machine was large and weighs about 30 tons. It uses 200 kilowatts of electric power and contained over 18,000 vacuum tubes, 1,500 relays, and hundreds of thousands of resistors, capacitors, and inductors.
So it was the ENIAC which started the computer age?
Yes, but just after that, lot of new development took place. Do you know, Rajesh, when the concept of the modern computer was proposed?
No, Nandita ma'am.
Actually, the concept of the modern computer was first proposed by Alan Turing, an English mathematician, in 1936. Turing proposed a simple device that he called Universal Computing Machine. He even proved that this kind of a machine is capable of computing anything that is computable by executing instructions stored on tape. Soon after, he developed a technique by which the machine became programmable. The very basic fundamental concept of Turing's design is the stored program, where all the instructions of computing are stored in memory. Turing machines are to this day a central object of study in theory of computation. Except for the limitations imposed by their finite memory stores, modern computers are said to be Turing complete. Next came von Neumann, who suggested that the concept of the modern computer in accordance to Turing. First of these 3 machines was developed in 1941. They worked on vacuum tubes that made computers fast but bulky.
So it was finally vacuum tubes that solved the problem.
Definitely not. Vacuum tubes are history. Let me tell you more. Rajesh, do you know how the first and second generation computers developed into communication machines?
Please explain, Nandita ma'am.
Look, early computing machines had fixed programs. If the functions were changed, it will require rewiring and reconstruction of the machine. A stored program computer includes by design an instruction set and can store in memory a set of instructions that details the computation. John von Neumann at the University of Pennsylvania also circulated his first draft of a report on the EDVAC, which is pre-model for the second generation computer after the ENIAC in 1945. After that came the Manchester Baby. It was the world's first stored program computer. It was built at the Victoria University of Manchester by Frederick C. Williams, Tom Kilburn and Geoff Tootle. It ran its first program on 21 June 1948. At that time, it became the first working machine to contain the entire requirement which was necessary to a modern electronic computer. After the Manchester Baby was developed, a new project was initiated. The result of this development was the Manchester Mark I. New development took place soon after, and the Mark I quickly developed into the new modern computer, which was named Ferranti Mark I. It was the world's first commercially available general-purpose computer in 1951.
So, is it a Ferranti Mark I version that we use nowadays?
No, those are very old models compared to today's computer. The new computers are quite different. Do you know what happened afterwards, Rajesh?
Please explain, Nandita ma'am.
Well, in 1955, transistors were invented. Transistors replaced the bulky vacuum tubes. This was the second generation of computer development. Transistors gave rise to the second generation of computers. If compared to vacuum tubes, transistors have many advantages. They are smaller and require less power than vacuum tubes. Also, they give off less heat. Silicon junction transistors were much more reliable than vacuum tubes and had longer, indefinite service life. Transistorized computers could contain tens of thousands of binary logic circuits. The first transistorized computer and the first in the world became operational by 1953, and a second version was completed there in April 1955.
It is quite interesting that transistors replaced vacuum tubes.
Yes, even after that, further changes took place, Rajesh.
I have also heard of integrated circuits which played a vital role in the development of computers.
Yes, Rajesh. The invention of integrated circuits or ICs in 1952 provided a big opportunity for the development of computers. The next generation advance in computing power came with the advent of the integrated circuit. The idea of the integrated circuit was first conceived by a radar scientist working for the Royal Radar Establishment of the Ministry of Defence, Geoffrey W.A. Dummer, in 1952. The first ICs were invented by Jack Kilby at Texas Instruments and Robert Noyes at Fairchild Semiconductor. Kilby explained that his new gadgets as a semiconductor material. In this material, all the components which frame the electronic circuit are very much integrated. After that, Robert Noyes, an American physicist, developed the new silicon chip. His chip solved many practical problems that Kilby's had not. These chips were made of silicon, which were far more effective than Kilby's chips, which were made of germanium. The newly created ICs led to the explosion in the commercial and personal use of computers. After that came the development of the microprocessor. Until 4004, the premier microprocessor was first designed and realized by Ted Hoff, Federico Fagin, and Stanley Mazer at Intel.
So, the microprocessor that we have in our system is the latest invention.
So far, you can say that. However, nobody knows what new inventions may take place. Now, Rajesh, the next important thing that scientists developed is the Internet.
Yes. Now we come to the modern world, Nandita ma'am.
Yes. Research scientists wanted to use the computer for multivariate purpose. This resulted in the creation of the Internet, a US Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which goes by the acronym of APRA, decided they need to share the computer with more people located in different research institutes. These views resulted in creation of a network of shared data links, which was called ARPANET. These views were shared by many research institutes and contributions were made by various scientists to create the Internet. The Internet then became a glory for the scientists who can share information through a computer. This was the beginning of the present-day Internet era. After that, in the 1970s, various other computer networks also came up independently. These networks linked up with ARPANET. Vint Cerf, a professor, and Robert Kahan, an engineer, jointly created Common Transmission Protocols, or simply called TCP. TCP is originally meant for creating a set of rules through which every person can share a conversation with each other on the Internet. It also checks that the message sent or received do not get lost along the way. The protocol type we use today is Internet Protocol, or simply called IP. The IP messages are simply routed from one place to another place. If you are sending a message to someone, then the message should go exactly to the same place where you want it to go. So, Rajesh, after the development of TCP came the development of TCP or IP.
What is that, Nandita ma'am?
TCP or IP is a function which can provide the joining of lot of networks. This creation connected the entire computers through the Internet and was called the network of networks. And now it is known as the Internet today. After that came the development of the Ethernet in 1973 at Xerox setup. Now, modern communication is possible due to the Ethernet. Ethernet is formed by creating a physical connection between two or more devices. To make sure that the data is delivered in proper order when large amounts of data are transferred, to make sure no amount of data get lost, a lot of layers of TCP or IP is used on top of Ethernet.
Nandita ma'am, nowadays we use computer just from our mobile phones.
Well, Rajesh, the very first mobile computers were invented in the 1980s. However, they were too bulky to carry around. Let me tell you more about mobile computers or phones. The very first mobile computers were developed by the Osborne 1 and Compaq Portable. However, they were needed to be plugged in. Among laptops, the first computers that were developed were known as grid compasses. These computers removed the electricity requirement by batteries, and with the slow development of technology, it provided an advancements in portable battery life. Portable computers became very popular in the 2000s. After that came the development of smartphones and tablets. These machines used to run on a variety of operating systems. Pretty soon, they dominated the computing world on the world. Do you know, Rajesh, how the email came into being?
Please tell me, Nandita ma'am.
After the development of the internet, a network was created. This network provided a connection between all the computers which have internet connection. So, anybody who joined the internet created a condition by which they could communicate or use it to get through the others for information by the use of email. There are now various sites which provide email services. To make the internet more effective, the modem or router was developed.
How does that help the internet, ma'am?
If you know about telegraph lines, then it would be very clear to you, Rajesh.
As far as I know, telegraph lines transmit data between two locations through wires.
Definitely, Rajesh. However, telegraph is mostly history. Now comes the wireless technology. For this reason, the modem was developed. At first, by the use of telephone lines, communication was made through the computer. Soon after the modem came the router. The routers are now fast replacing the modems in wireless connection. The advantage of routers is that it can work as the distributor of internet service to multiple devices like the computers, tablets, and smartphones. Rajesh, you definitely know about the World Wide Web.
Sure, Nandita ma'am.
Let me tell you how it began. The idea of the World Wide Web was first designed by Tim Berners-Lee, a researcher in Switzerland in 1990. Tim Berners-Lee developed a new path of promoting communication. He pioneered a task to create a linked document on different computers at different places on one computer itself. To do this, he had developed software which used an identifying system URL, or better known as the Unit Resources Locators, and an interface called HTTP, which means Hypertext Transfer Protocol. With the passage of time, it soon became very popular. It came to be known as the World Wide Web, which is briefly called as the WWW. The WWW specially opened the gates for commercial organizations to reach out to customers around the world. Among the commercial organizations, especially the entertainment industry profited largely. Now, Rajesh, can you see how we are now so much dependable on the internet?
Definitely, Nandita ma'am. Without the internet and www, the work we had seems impossible.
For this reason, it is very much important for us to tighten our grip on the internet and not let anybody to break into our private computers and communications.
Definitely, ma'am. We should be more aware of our internet journeys.
Well, Rajesh, the journey doesn't end here. The journey will continue. More development are taking place in the research centers about communication and the internet.
I truly understand now. However, thanks to you for sharing so much information, Nandita ma'am.
To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen. Abacus. The abacus is a simple instrument. It is made of a wooden frame inside which beads were arranged on the threads or wooden bars. Blaise Pascal invented a mechanical calculator in 17th century which had wheels with numbers. It came to be known as the arithmetic machine or Pascaline. Charles Babbage, an English mathematician, first theorized that mathematical calculations could be carried out by an automatic machine. He invented how to break up calculations into simple operations. For this reason, Charles Babbage is considered the father of the computer. The US-built ENIAC or Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer was the first electronic programmable computer built in the US. The ENIAC was faster and more flexible than the Colossus. Turing proposed a simple device that he called Universal Computing Machine. He even proved that this kind of machine is capable of computing anything that is computable by executing instructions stored on tape. The Manchester Baby. It was the world's first stored program computer. It was built at the Victoria University of Manchester by Frederick C. Williams, Tom Kilburn and Geoff Tootle. Transistors gave rise to the second generation of computers. If compared to vacuum tubes, transistors have many advantages. They are smaller and require less power than vacuum tubes. Also, they give off less heat. Integrated circuit, IC. The idea of the integrated circuit was first conceived by a radar scientist working for the Royal Radar Establishment of the Ministry of Defense, Geoffrey W.A. Dummer, in 1952. It replaced transistors. Intel 4004, the premier microprocessor, was first designed and realized by Ted Hoff, Federico Fagin, and Stanley Mazer at Intel. It became the latest technology in computers. ARPANET, a U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which goes by the acronym of APRA, decided they need to share the computer with more people located in different research institutes. These views resulted in creation of a network of shared data links, which was called ARPANET. Ethernet. The development of the Ethernet in 1973 made modern communication possible. Ethernet is formed by creating a physical connection between two or more devices. After the development of the Internet, a network was created. This network provided a connection between all the computers which have Internet connection. This network is largely called email.
Nandita ma'am, how can we avoid the threat to internet security?
For that, Rajesh, you will need to know about the essentials of cyber security and internet security.
Do you have any information about these?
Sure, Rajesh. Let me tell you more about cyber security now. So far, we have learnt about cyberspace and how information was digitalized. After that, we have learnt about the advantage of computers and how the infrastructure was created. Later on, fiber optic cables, or FOC as we know, were inlaid around the world to make the internet available to around the remote locations of the world. Just after that, CCTV's network, mobile or telecom networks were made operational around the world. Look, Rajesh, cybersecurity and information security are quite different by nature.
Really? I thought they are very much the same.
Actually, no. The cyberspace was created as a medium to facilitate the internet. After that, the development took place, which was used by many people around the world. To safeguard the information shared by the world, the information security system was created. To understand the truth behind the concept of internet security and cyber security, you will need to know how information is used today.
Please explain, Nandita ma'am.
Nowadays, the vast part of the information is collected and saved digitally by using the electronic medium, which is cyberspace. To protect the cyberspace from security threat and to protect the information, two different programs were created. One is to protect the cyberspace, and the next is to protect the information technology. Now, let's first talk about cybersecurity.
Nandita ma'am, what is actually the difference between cybersecurity and information security?
Let me explain, Rajesh. To secure this digitally created cyberspace, experts needs to protect it from any sort of attack from intruders. While when it comes to the protection of information, which is shared by people and organizations around the world. It needs to be protected very securely. For that purpose, programs were created which can protect the information from disruption by any intruders. While cybersecurity may be the concern of lesser experts who maintain the digital world, information security is a broader field that is concerned with information and the protection of information, whether it is physical or digital, for the world. Now, Rajesh, to proceed, let's learn about the fundamentals of information assurance.
Nandita ma'am, does that mean we can assure our information that we share with the people cannot fall into wrong hands?
Sure, Rajesh. There are processes by which we can prohibit intruders from accessing our personal data.
Does that mean, Nandita ma'am, we are assured of sharing our personal information to our friends through the internet without any hindrance?
Let me explain to you about information assurance. The steps taken to safeguard information technology is all about the programs created to secure the data from wrong hands. To create that, experts created software which is difficult to access by intruders. To create such software programs, experts first used the basic concepts of information security. After that, programs were created to go through the information technology to build up the understanding of the subject. After that comes the part how to ensure the security of the system. System designers have worked out authentication, authorization, and non-repudiation components on which systems are to be designed. To create exactly that, the experts made 3 components to act as the base to strengthen the system. The first is to stay secure with respect to another. The second is to maintain confidentiality. The third is integrity, to ensure the availability to across the network. These bases or pillars were interdependent on each other. If one goes down, the other fails too. The cyberspace creators made sure that they remain intact. Do you know, Rajesh, how authentication is made in the information world of the internet?
No, Nandita ma'am. Can you explain?
Suppose a letter was sent by your brother or sister to you. How would you know if it is exactly sent by your brother or sister? The only way to recognize it by the handwriting or personal details in the letter, which only your family members know. In the same way, there must be a way to verify the source of a message you have received as an email or other digital sources. To check, the authority programs are created for the authentication. We can define authentication as a security measure which works out the validity of a transmission or message, or its originator, or it is a means to verify whether the individual is authorized to receive particular information. To understand the authentic of the information, experts create panels in the net where you have to provide a personal identification number, better known as PIN. By this PIN, you can carry out online transactions to banks or merchants securely. However, in the digital world, when you receive email, the same factors that are applied to human beings can't be used for message authentication. Rather, it relies upon cryptographic signatures, which is a complex mechanism.
Why is the process fails when it comes to authentication of the mails, Nandita ma'am?
Actually, it does not fail. However, proper authorization is required for the safety and security of the message or information shared.
Does this mean that I need to provide an identity to access any data?
Yes, Rajesh. It is just like visiting a locker room in a bank. If you visit the locker room in a bank, it needs your identity, authentication, and you can only access and open your own locker and not others. By this way, we may define authorization as a process or program for verification of the access privileges granted to you. Now, what do you do when you have to log in to the PC? You will be required to provide the username and password. The system will then make sure that your inputs are authentic. Your identity to the system, or in simple words, showing your identity badge. After authentication, authorization comes into play. You can only access what has been authorized to you. If you are the administrator to the system, then only you have the rights to install or remove software. However, in case the system is used by multiple users and you are just one of the users, you may not be able to do so, but you will be authorized to access your files, emails, or other things stored in the system. Next comes the part of non-repudiation.
What is non-repudiation, Nandita ma'am?
Just by repudiation, we mean denial or blocking the access to any information which is not someone's personal.
So, non-repudiation will exactly mean that only I will have access to the information that is solely mine.
Definitely, Rajesh. Take a simple case. In case you have sent a money order to anyone, not only you need to sign the form, the receiver also had to sign the receipt of the money. Money order worked on the system of non-repudiation. Neither could you say, I did not send the money, nor the receiver could repudiate or claim he didn't get the money. Similarly, non-repudiation system has been designed for sending the messages where both the sender and receiver of the message or email are sure. Non-repudiation may be defined as the assurance provided to the sender of data with the proof of delivery and the sender's identity provided to the recipient, so that neither of them later denies having exchanged or processed the data. Now let's talk about the CIA, Rajesh.
The CIA. What has this organization has got to do with the information security?
Relax, Rajesh. By the CIA, we do not mean the Central Intelligence Agency of America.
Then what does CIA means in the information security in cyberspace?
Realize the factors between the difference between information security and cyber security. If you properly check, both of them depend upon three key concepts known as the CIA triad. C represents confidentiality, I represent integrity, and A represents availability. If you have to become information security professionals, you need to be dedicated to ensuring the protection of these principles in respect of systems under your responsibility.
So, we need to know how to maintain these three concepts by ourselves.
Sure, Rajesh. Then only your personal information will be secure and not fall into the hands of intruders. Now, let's discuss these factors one by one.
Look, Nandita ma'am, I work with a team. How can I make sure that the confidentiality is not breached?
For that, you need to be very aware of your personal information like usernames and passwords that you use to open any sites, whether it is commercial or personal. With the advent of the internet, the term confidentiality has become a very familiar term in our daily lives. When it comes to the information space, confidentiality is defined as an assurance that the information has not been revealed or compromised to an unauthorized person. A sense of confidentiality is to hide and protect the information. As a simple example, take into account the credit cards that we use nowadays. If we share the password of our credit cards with anyone and then suddenly lose the card, then someone who knows the password will misuse the card and the bill will be in your account. Confidentiality attacks are common today.
What about the third factor called integrity, Nandita ma'am?
Now, Rajesh, integrity in the information security systems is all about data safeguarding.
Just how can we safeguard the integrity of our information?
To do exactly that, you need to make sure that your personal data is only accessible by only you and not by anybody else. In the branch of information technology, data integrity means storing data so that no intruders can have an access to anybody's personal data. Just suppose that you wish to transfer some money from your account to someone else through the internet and some intruder modifies the data in the transit process. Would not it create a situation with tremendous loss besides creating confusion? For this reason itself, the principles of authentication and authorization and non-repudiation is created for the ensure of integrity. Just observe that an attacker can threaten the integrity of data by bypassing an authentication system or getting privileges beyond those normally granted to them. You should also know that software flaws and vulnerabilities can lead to accidental losses in data integrity and can open a system to unauthorized modification.
Definitely, ma'am. With so much security in concern, we should always make sure our integrity is not lost to the wrong hands.
Exactly, Rajesh.
You have also talked about availability as the third factor in the CIA, ma'am.
Definitely. Availability is very much required to maintain your presence in the world of information technology. This means that what you may need just now may not hold the same value to you if it is not available at the right time.
Exactly. That was what I was thinking. All programs need to be designed to safeguard the user.
Yes, Rajesh, this is about availability. Systems must be accessible to users and should not be down or crawling slowly when they are needed. Availability in the information space is the access to data as well as the information services to the users when they need it. The pillars of confidentiality, integrity, and availability in the information space can't hold for themselves without the support of authentication, authorization, and non-repudiation. To maintain availability, you also need to be aware that cyber criminals can pose a threat to your confidentiality, integrity, and availability.
Definitely, Nandita ma'am. I will make sure that I remain aware at all times from now on.
That's great, Rajesh. If you can do that, you will definitely be safeguarded from cyber crimes. To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen. FOC and CCTVs, fiber optic cables or FOC, were inlaid around the world to make the internet available to around the remote locations of the world. CCTV's network, mobile or telecom networks, were made operational around the world. Cyberspace and information security. Cyberspace was created as a medium to facilitate the internet. After that, the development took place which was used by many people around the world. To safeguard the information shared by the world, the information security system was created. Information assurance. The steps taken to safeguard information technology is all about the programs created to secure the data from wrong hands. To create that, experts created software which is difficult to access by intruders. Authentication. Authentication is a security measure which works out the validity of a transmission or message or its originator, or it is a means to verify whether the individual is authorized to receive particular information. Authorization. Authorization means you can only access what has been authorized to you. If you are the administrator to the system, then only you have the rights to install or remove software. Non-repudiation. Non-repudiation may be defined as the assurance provided to the sender of data with the proof of delivery and the sender's identity provided to the recipient, so that neither of them later denies having exchanged or processed the data. Concept of CIA. C represents confidentiality, I represents integrity, and A represents availability.
Nandita ma'am, I have learned so much about the internet from you. However, I still have very little knowledge about how the internet actually functions.
For that, Rajesh, you will need to know about the network layers.
Network layers. What are these, ma'am?
As we all know that before the internet was created, people used to write letters to their friends. It was very simple process. You just write a letter and put the address on the envelope and post it. The letter reached its destination, and once it was read, the reply was similarly written and sent back through the postal department. However, nowadays things have changed and the internet has become the major medium of communication for the people. Today, you simply type the text as an email and press the send button. Email is received, read and replied. You may get immediate response or later. You could also use the internet to chat live and send or receive messages instantly. Sending pictures and real-time video has become common and it is much faster and easier. But do we know what happens when you click on a computer or on your mobile? How does it find the pages on a website you are looking for?
Please explain, Nandita ma'am.
Knowledge of the internet architecture and how it all works is necessary to understand where cyber criminals could take advantage of it and how the internet as a whole could be affected by cyber attacks.
Do you have more information about how the internet is protected from constant attacks, ma'am?
To know more about that factor, it is very important for us to understand the Internet Protocol address. Let me proceed.
Internet Protocol address. Can you give an example, Nandita ma'am?
Sure thing, Rajesh. Let us now take a simple case of you wanting to reach and read a website of a university in USA for your further studies. First thing you would be required to know is the address of the server of this university, which hosts the details about the process of admission in the university. The address of the server works very similarly to a housing colony, with numbers given to each house. Just like an address is given to each house, so each link to any sites have an address in the internet. The difference is that the Internet Protocol or IP addresses are digital. They cannot be like regular house address. An example of a typical IP address is 194.171.2.43. Look at the picture to understand what each part in this IP address represents. The IP address is useful to locate and reach any destination. In our case, we are trying to find the address of a particular university server. Since we already know about Transport Control Protocols, TCP, or Internet Protocol, IP, and know that TCP or IP-enabled joining of various networks and creation of the network of networks. The Internet Protocol, IP, is the core protocol the Internet uses today. The address could be found within this protocol itself. But before we go there, let us understand a few more things.
But ma'am, how can we find the particular address of a certain site?
For that, you need to know the domain name system. Let me explain that to you. Now, it would be very difficult for a human being to remember a big digital number which serves as the IP address of a site.
Yes, that is what I can figure. It would really be very difficult to remember the digital address of so many sites.
On the other hand, a computer which deals with bits and bytes can deal with such numbers. This would be a very big feat for human being. Human being memory can't easily remember a numerical data like the IP address, and hence there is a need to give it a name. Domain name system, which is better known as DNS, was invented in 1983 to solve this problem. The job assigned to DNS was to connect domain name to its corresponding IP address. The DNS is global and decentralized, and the names are not repeated. Do you know how the DNS was structured, Rajesh?
No, ma'am.
You could imagine DNS as resembling a tree, with a root which serves as an orientation point, and branches and sub-branches spreading outward. DNS consists of domains and subdomains. The top-level domains are referred to as TLDs in short. Some of the examples of TLDs in use every day are .com, .org, .in, .us, etc. The entry to this level is controlled by an organization known as Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, or shortly called ICANN, ICANN, to ensure a smooth run of the Internet administration and operational tasks. Each TLD is run by a registry which coordinates with other registries to ensure uniqueness of the domain names. Separating domains in this way allows different registries to manage the different TLDs. For example, a .com will be managed by a separate registry than .org. These registries are responsible for keeping the records for their assigned TLD and making infrastructure available to the Internet so users can map each domain name to its corresponding IP address. The DNS use computers, which are known as name servers, to record or map domain names to the corresponding IP addresses using a database of records. TLDs are followed by subdomains and sub-subdomains and so forth, with a maximum limit of 127 levels.
So, Nandita ma'am, that is how the network operates?
Actually, Rajesh, there is more to the network and how it operates. For that, you need to know about the architecture of the network layers.
How does the layers in the network work, Nandita ma'am?
Let me explain. In accordance to the International Standards Organization, or simply referred as the ISO, maintains a uniform for the network. These standards divides the networks into 7 layers, depending on the complexity of the functions each of these layers provides. ISO Open System Interconnection (OSI) model lists these 7 layers. Let's check what these layers are one by one.
So, it's all about layers in the network, ma'am?
These layers are actually tilted up to make a 7-tiered layer. The first is the physical layer. It deals with network design and hardware, such as physical cables, network interface cards, and wireless radios, beside other electronic devices. Encoding of bits in the medium is also decided by this layer. Finally, the transfer of each bit of data is responsibility of this layer. Then comes the data link layer. Encoding and decoding of data packets into bits is done at this layer, and the packets are provided reliable transmission by using the services of the physical layer, which is responsible for transmitting bits over the medium. The next is network layer. Just like a traffic policeman, the basic functions of network layer are routed and control on congestion. It deals with deciding how the packets will be routed from source to destination. The word routing means the route taken or how the transfer will take place. After that is the function of the transport layer. To know how the transport layer works, let us consider the data as the domestic load which has to be transported from one place to another. Like at home, we first need to prepare the bulk of load into small manageable packets. Each packet requires to be marked with the necessary details at its both ends, such as to what is it and where is it headed to. Transport layer provides transfer of data between the end systems or hosts transparently, and it ensures data transfer is completed. In essence, data is broken down and packets are made and ensured that the data arrives free of any errors, and then it is finally correctly reassembled. Now comes the session layer. Just when you log in for a session, this layer primarily deals with the sessions, which includes establishing and maintaining a session. Sometimes a session breaks, but when it is reconnected, the session starts from the same place where it was broken up. After that is the presentation layer. As you might know, that data can be sent in different formats by different sources, which makes it difficult for computers to communicate. Presentation layer encodes the data in a standard network format and the vice versa. This layer is concerned with the syntax and semantics of the information transmitted. The seventh layer is the application layer. The application protocols meant for getting access to the network are part of this layer. There are several such protocols which function in the application layer. For example, commonly used protocol for web browsing is HTTP, and for file transfer it is FTP.
So this is how the internet is protected from intruders, Nandita ma'am.
Yes, Rajesh. However, also need to know about the protocols in the application layer. Let me explain. Well, Rajesh, when we talk about protocols in the network, there are also some other things necessary to keep the network safe.
What are these, ma'am?
The protocols used in the application layer are called Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, which is also shortly called SMTP, used for transferring email. Internet Message Access Protocol, or IMAP, and Post Office Protocol version 3, or POP3 as it is known, play a critical role in the process. They are the most commonly used internet mail protocols for retrieving emails. Both these protocols are supported by all modern email clients and web servers. Quite interestingly, Rajesh, you always got to remember what are the precautions before clicking on a link in the internet.
What precautions, Nandita ma'am?
Once you have typed the website address or clicked a link, your computer queries the DNS system, starting with the root. It will point towards the record for the destination you are looking for. As soon as you reach your specific query, you will be looked up with the assistance of the main destination server. At this point, you will be required to find the way to reach your destination. After you have found the location of the destination site, it needs to know that it is required to send you the data. The real help will come from the network in the form of the browser, which interprets the click of your mouse as a command in Hypertext Transfer Protocol or HTTP, which is nothing but simply defining as to how to ask and deliver content. Application layer handles the HTTP of the destination site and also for your system. The packets are then reassembled and sent to you as the web page you had asked for. Most interesting part of the movement of the packets is that they only have their identity written on their front and back side and their destination marked on it. Take for example how a very cautious mother sends a child to school. She will put an identity tab on her child's uniform. Similarly, network layer plays the role to route or navigate the packets of data moving from your computer to the destination server and back. Internet globally has got a huge number of public or private organizations who have formed nodes called autonomous systems, AS. These nodes identify each of these traveling data packets and direct them within their network if the destination falls within. Else, nodes consult a routing table and pass them on to the node nearest to the destination. Today, billions of users exist on the internet, and there are large numbers of gatekeepers too.
So, ma'am, it is very important for us to behave responsibly while using the internet.
Definitely, Rajesh. As I have already told you, that billions of people are now using the net for different purposes, and some of them may not be operating on it for the right purpose. To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen. IP address. The IP address is useful to locate and reach any destination. In our case, we are trying to find the address of a particular university server. Since we already know about Transport Control Protocols, TCP, Internet Protocol, IP, and know that TCP or IP-enabled joining of various networks and creation of the network of networks. Domain Name System, DNS. Domain Name System is better known as DNS, was invented in 1983. The job assigned to DNS was to connect domain name to its corresponding IP address. The DNS is global and decentralized, and the names are not repeated. ISO, Open System Interconnection, OSI model. ISO Open System Interconnection, OSI model lists 7 layers in network protocol. They are physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, and application layer. The network layer plays the role to route or navigate the packets of data moving from your computer to the destination server and back.
Nandita ma'am, do you have any knowledge how we can cope with piracy in the internet systems?
Definitely, Rajesh. The very first steps we should take to avoid any intruders from pilfering any data from our personal systems is to check that our private data is not invaded.
How can we do that, ma'am?
To do exactly that, you will need to know what the threats are to the Internet Explorer.
What could the threats be, ma'am?
Then let me tell you about the various threats that may harm your personal system. To know the very basics, let's start with cyber attacks. Cyber attackers work untiringly to take advantages of the weaknesses of the network. To attack the network, they create new malicious programs, which are intently designed to disrupt the normal functioning of the Internet. These attacks are an attempt to destroy, steal, disable, alter, expose, or gain unauthorized access to an asset or use of it without permission. This form of attacks create a threat to the Internet, which is then exposed to the danger of vulnerability. The term threat means a possible danger or vulnerability, and the risk is potential for loss, damage, or destruction of the system as a result of a threat exploiting vulnerability. When we talk about vulnerability, it is largely used to recognize the weaknesses or gaps in a security program. These gaps are exploited by threats to gain access to the system without authorization. Most of these cyber attacks are made to breach or break the confidentiality, integrity, or the availability, the three pillars of security, which, as we know, is called the CIA triad. For this reason, it has become very important for us to know a few key terms and their meaning that is relevant to cybersecurity.
Nandita, ma'am, why do these cyber attackers try to penetrate the network for malicious activities?
They do these activities in the hope of making some monetary profits.
Oh, how can we avoid the threats then?
To know exactly that, we need to know the various ways by which the intruders can penetrate our systems. Let me tell you about some of the ways for which you need to be cautious. First, let's talk about the threats we can get through emails.
Can sending or receiving an email affect our systems, ma'am?
Sure, Rajesh. There are possibilities. Here are some of them. When it comes to email, the most enormous malicious activity comes from spam mails. Spam mails are emails which are created by various agencies and sent to a large number of users. If you really list the number of emails that goes to and fro, more than 70% of the email traffic is really junk or spam mails sent by malicious agencies. Among the spam mails, a huge part is created by well-planned frauds to try and trap unaware users into their network. Their only motive is to cheat or steal your personal data and information. As you might know, that email does not cost anything to send or receive. For this reason, it is the most common medium used by cyber criminals to penetrate into someone's private information. Emails also do not involve much of technology, and it offers low risk to the cyber criminal. This has become a huge advantage for cyber criminals to use emails to send to unwary users, to manipulate the network and its users. Fraud agencies create lucrative emails. These emails offer fake opportunities to people who hardly know about the agencies. These fraud emails reach a very large number of users and offer good returns as many users click on them and their attachment out of curiosity. They thus become victims of the frauds. Spam mails are generally designed to involve frauds on making friends online. It could offer a created genuine reason, as helping a friend who is abroad and who urgently needs money to pay off his rent bills or any other bills. Unsuspectful users may usually comply with such emails without knowing that is an email created by a fraud agency. So, with achieved success, such agencies get ahead by creating and sending more spam mails to large number of users. They mostly send mails which either asks or request to help someone to pay for his or her medical treatment, or offers about winning a big money in some unknown lottery draw, or one of the email service providers suddenly selecting you as a big winner.
Wow, they could be such malicious and frauds. I was hardly aware of that factor, Nandita ma'am.
Now that you know, Rajesh, so be careful before opening any email from unknown agencies.
That I surely will do from now onwards, ma'am. Are there any other threats while using the net, ma'am?
Yes, Rajesh, there's more. Let me tell you about social engineering.
Social engineering, what is it, ma'am?
Social engineering involves our connection with various organizations or societies. However, some among them may try to cheat us by engineering an artificial concept or program which offers help to us in times of our needs.
But how would they do that on the internet, ma'am?
There are various ways, Rajesh. Let me tell you with an example. As human beings, we're taught to trust each other. However, this trust is breached by many people with wrong intentions for personal advantages. Similarly, on the internet, there are also users who use to misuse this network to cheat or steal from other people information which might come in handy to them to make an extra profit. This is called social engineering. These intruders exploit the network by engineering such programs which trap unsuspected users into sharing personal information with them. After getting this information, they use it to manipulate the person. Take, for instance, a situation where a person receives an email from a fraud organization offering a lucrative job. Many among us will take this offer seriously, and as emails continue, they may send personal information as required by such organizations. Ultimately, what happens? We disclose so much personal information to an unknown organization that they will take advantage of the situation. The job offer remains a fake screen to hide their real intention. Can you see the danger to your personal side?
Oh, this is really a very dangerous situation. We use the internet for so much purposes. Emails and offers from various agencies are regular. So we need to be very careful against such activities, Nandita ma'am.
Definitely, Rajesh. There are various ways they try to intrude into the personal system through the internet.
Really? What are the common possibilities that we who use the network may be invaded, ma'am?
Let me tell you about the various threats then, Rajesh. Social engineering can be best defined as an act of deceiving someone to manipulate him or her into disclosing information which is confidential or personal and then using it for fraud.
Besides spam mails, how do they do it, ma'am?
Well, there are many other ways too when it comes to the internet. Let me explain them to you one by one. Among the most common other possibilities, social engineering involves phishing, whaling, baiting, and pretexting emails. These are the most common forms of programs used by intruders to invade into personal systems of ordinary users.
Phishing, whaling, baiting and pretexting emails. What are these, Nandita ma'am?
Well, let me explain all of these precautions to you one by one. The very first is phishing email. This is one of the most common social engineering techniques by which an intruder can harm your system.
What exactly is phishing, ma'am?
Phishing emails are emails which attempt to get sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, and credit card details, which itself lead to pilferage of money from your account. These phishing emails are sent by malicious parties who disguise themselves as someone you might trust. For example, you may receive a mail which declares as you as the winner of a certain lottery from a certain agency. An unsuspecting user may click on this phishing mail to check what he or she has won. As soon as they open the email, these agencies will send a program to access your system to steal valuable information. This is a very common way by which people get trapped in such tactics.
Oh, this is very dangerous, Nandita ma'am. But one thing I can't understand is why is it called phishing?
Well, the word fish is pronounced just like fish. The phishing email perhaps uses the similarity of a fisherman throwing a hook in the water with bait attached to it and hoping that a fish will bite it and get hooked.
So, we may be hooked into a contraception set up by fraud agencies to gain personal information through the internet?
Definitely, Rajesh. Wait, there is more how these fraud agencies work through the internet. Let's start with spear phishing.
Spear phishing?
For your understanding, spear phishing is another form of phishing email in which emails are sent to a small number of users, but bigger effort is put into making the emails look like it has come from a very authentic site, which is responsible for the organization. They may even profess to ascertain themselves as members of such a well-recognized organization, which can take you into assurance that you are secure with your personal information shared to them. These spear phishing is attackers who attempt to send a message to lure a specific individual into divulging personal data to them. For an example, you can take the case of a fisherman aiming for one specific fish with a spear, rather than just throwing a baited hook in the water. The attackers do their homework well to identify their targets by using information taken from social media and use fake or spoofed addresses to send emails that look authentic. Remember, Rajesh, even if an email service provider may look very professional and may seem to belong to a responsible organization, they may be fake.
That's very alarming, ma'am. How can they harm us in any other ways?
To understand such people, you will have to know about whaling and baiting.
Whaling and baiting. Does that also belong to the fishing category, ma'am?
Definitely, Rajesh. Let me tell you more about whaling and baiting. Even if the world uses the email service providers of various organizations, many individuals still receive fraud emails from trusted sites, which led to virus attacks to their personal systems or loss of valuable data. For this reason, we need to know about what whaling and baiting is in the cyberspace. Next comes whaling and baiting.
What are these, ma'am?
When we come to the term of whaling, it is applied to phishing emails which target the senior executives of an organization who are in control of many subordinates. By this way, an intruder can get vital information about the organization and will have an understanding how to manipulate the organization for personal profit. After that comes baiting. Baiting is another method by which a hacker promises an item or a good to tempt an individual or an organization. He or she may offer users free music or movie downloads, but ask you to first surrender your login details on a certain site. These details are often misused later on. There are cases where such persons throw a pen drive where pedestrians commonly used to frequent. Some unsuspectful person may pick it up and try the application on their system. However, these gadgets often contain malicious software which is intended to penetrate your personal system to steal data. There are other times when pen drives are distributed freely at a petrol pump or any other social outlets, with the device loaded with the advertisements of the distributor company. If you use such a pen drive, make sure that the programs fitted inside is not malicious. These attempts are made to infiltrate a person's personal data on the net. Mostly they contain malicious content with an attempt to corrupt your computer. Ideally, do not use such pen drives, and if you have to use them, then clean it on a reliable system before using.
So, Nandita ma'am, even free pen drives can be dangerous to our personal systems?
Definitely, Rajesh. Wait, there is more. Next comes the part of pretexting.
What is pretexting, ma'am?
When we use the term pretexting, it is a form of operation which is used by various individuals in dubious social engineering to create a very presentable scenario of their motives to earn the confidence of unsuspectful users of the internet. Their main intention is to illustrate a scenario and use it to steal someone's personal information. For this reason, this kind of phishing is called pretexting, as they send a textual subject to convince the victim to lucrative offers. These types of attackers pretend that they just need only little bit of information from the victim in order to confirm his or her identity. Among the examples, cyber criminals mostly interpose themselves firstly as professionals who are expert in a certain area of software. However, it is not to be taken for granted. Many are just frauds who just wish to intrude into your personal information. These people works just like cases we often come across news, where certain agencies invite unsuspecting girls to pose for modeling and then use their pictures for wrong purposes. First, they will create fake stories about the personality of the girl and then sell the information to the market. This creates so much embarrassment to unsuspectful girls who has a dream of join a modeling industry but get something in return.
Wow, there is so much crimes in the cyberspace. Is there anything more, Nandita ma'am?
Definitely, Rajesh. Do you know about email spoofing?
What is it, ma'am?
Spoofing, as you might know, is a technique which is enormously used by cyber criminals to cheat an unsuspecting individual into lucrative offers.
Just how do they do that, Nandita ma'am?
Email spoofing is a specialized technique used by most cyber criminals to lure an individual into an email with offers with forged documents confirming their authenticity to a certain organization. These people take advantage of the flaws in the core protocols for emails. They find the missing gaps in the network and then they create dubious emails to attract individuals by sending bulk emails to their personal accounts in their sites. Many users who were not very much used to the internet fall for such traps and became common victim to these frauds who will at the end cheat them of their own valuable information. They even use a sender's address, which might be a known person to you. However, the offers they offer may be far beyond the intention of your known addresses. So, be careful when you receive such spoof emails.
This is very diabolic that some people can be so intentional to intrude into an unsuspectful person's personal details, Nandita ma'am.
Well, Rajesh, these are just a part of the tirade. There are others too. What about malicious codes and malware threats?
Malicious codes and malware threats? What are these, ma'am?
After knowing all these threats, you will also have to know about these threats too, to protect your personal information. For that, you will need to know about the malicious codes and malware threats that can attempt to destroy your personal system. For that, you will need to know about the malicious codes and malware threats that can attempt to destroy your personal system. By the term malicious, we mean that someone is out there to harm another person by any way. Similarly, when it comes to the internet, malwares are created by certain individuals to disrupt systems or damage it as a whole. These malwares are also designed to gain authorized access to a computer system which may be your own. These intruders create programs which try to intrude a large section of the systems used by ordinary people to spread a malware or to propagate a program which is hardly in your interest. Intruders create malware which infect computer systems by being attached to programs or as macros attached to files. There are malware that get installed simply by exploiting some vulnerability in the operating system of your system, which is ideally known as OS. These devices in the network or other software, a hole in a browser, is only required by an intruder to visit a site which you frequently use and then infiltrate your system at the end. Most internet users unknowingly click on certain sites, which leads them to click on sites which offers profitable gifts. These sites often leads us to frauds. For this reason, we need to be careful when we click on any sites.
This is good information, Nandita ma'am. However, I am still at query how our threats can be classified while using the internet.
Then, let me tell you in detail how our network threats can be classified. Actually, Rajesh, there are so many models by which you can ascertain the threat classification to the information security system. However, let me explain to you simply.
Please explain to me simply, ma'am.
Simply speaking, information system security threat classification is based upon several models, and the classification of the threats depends upon the criteria of the source, whether internal or external. Who is the agent? What is his motivation or intention? And what the impact of the attack is. For the classification, we need to group the types of threats into account. After that, we need to find a method of propagating the message to the social media about such sites, which may be run by agencies with malwares.
So, Nandita ma'am, we need to be aware of so many things while operating on the internet.
Definitely, Rajesh. However, there are more ways an intruder can harm you. Here are some. These threats include computer viruses, worms, Trojan horses, logic bombs, spyware, adware, and backdoor programs. For that, we will look into the next module. To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen. Cyber attackers works untiringly to take advantages of the weaknesses of the network. To attack the network, they create new malicious programs, which are intently designed to disrupt the normal functioning of the internet. Spam mails are emails which are created by various agencies and sent to a large number of users. Among the spam mails, a huge part is created by well-planned frauds to try and trap unaware users into their network. Their only motive is to cheat or steal your personal data and information. On the internet, there are users who use to misuse the network to cheat or steal from other people information which might come in handy to them to make an extra profit. This is social engineering. These intruders exploit the network by engineering such programs which traps unsuspected users into sharing personal information with them. After getting this information, their use is to manipulate the person. Phishing emails are emails which attempt to get sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, and credit card details, which itself lead to pilferage of money from your account. Veiling is applied to phishing emails, which targets the senior executives of an organization who are in control of many subordinates. Spear phishing is another form of phishing email in which emails are sent to a small number of users, but bigger effort is put into making the emails look like it has come from a very authentic site, which is responsible for the organization. They may even profess to ascertain themselves as members of such a well-recognized organization, which can take you into assurance that you are secure with your personal information shared to them. Baiting is a method by which a hacker promises an item or a good to tempt an individual or an organization. He or she may offer users free music or movie downloads, but ask you to first surrender your login details on a certain site. These details are often misused later on. Pretexting is a form of operation which is used by various individuals in dubious social engineering to create a very presentable scenario of their motives to earn the confidence of unsuspectful users of the internet. Malicious codes or malware threats are designed to gain authorized access to a computer system which may be your own.
I have learned so much from you, Nandita ma'am. Is there anything more that a layman user of the network needs to be aware of?
Definitely, Rajesh. There are more. The threat to the internet is endless. Let's first talk about viruses.
Viruses in the network. Can you please explain, ma'am?
Well, just like when we suffer from an illness due to viral infection, similarly, programs were created by various intruders into the network, which, when enters your system, may harm or disrupt the normal functioning. A computer virus is a malware which is designed to invade someone's personal system to disrupt the functioning. However, not all malware created are termed as viruses.
Why is it called a virus, Nandita ma'am?
Actually, the programs of this nature created by certain individuals was termed as viruses by an university research student, perhaps because computer virus spreads in the similar manner as a biological virus. However, there are variations to the opinion of how programs are called viruses. Many experts are of the opinion that virus stands for Vital Information Resource Under Siege. To truly know what a programmed virus is, you will need to know the very infrastructure of such programs.
Can you tell me how these viruses are created, Nandita ma'am?
Actually, these viruses are created and then mostly sent as an attachment to a program and propagates to someone's mail or system. Soon after these viruses reproduces itself by copying itself and inserting into the program or in the boot sector. All the viruses are made to target an executable file that you often use. This implies that the virus may be present in your system, but it actually cannot infect unless you run or open the executable file or the malicious program. A virus is not a self-contained or independent identity. In nature, it is like a parasite that depends upon attaching itself to other files. So, it is very important for us to be careful when someone sends a file or program to us, or even if you are forwarding it further to someone else. This is because it might be infected with a virus. It is a better idea not to click on an email which has an unknown attachment. It is more so when it has come from some unknown person and has an .exe extension. Means it is executable. Not only the virus can travel to you, sometimes you infect your system when you go to an infected website unknowingly or view advertisements on it.
So, it is better for us to not open a file from any unknown party.
Yes, Rajesh. Before clicking on any files from an unknown agency, better reconfirm yourself. These files may contain viruses which may harm your system.
Are all these viruses same in content, Nandita ma'am?
Actually, no. Rajesh, viruses are different by categories. Let me tell you about how viruses are grouped. There are millions of viruses present, and about 6 to 7 new viruses are found daily. Computer viruses are designed to damage the computer by damaging programs, deleting files, or reformatting the hard disk. Also, there are programs which are not designed to do any harm. Instead, they simply replicate themselves and announces their presence by using text, video, and audio messages, and therefore disturb the normal functioning of the system. In the same context, there are also many viruses which are bug-ridden. These bugs may lead to system crashes and data loss. There are no international standards for classifying the viruses, perhaps because of their rogue nature. and there are far too many parameters to group them into a few groups. Viruses as security threats have evolved over the past several decades and are continually changing. As per Symantec, a company involved in creating antivirus programs, there are 5 recognized types of viruses. They categorize these viruses as file infector viruses, boot sector viruses, master boot record viruses, multipartite viruses, and macro viruses. There are many other types of viruses. However, here we are attempting to know some of the major viruses only. As per the security community, it separates viruses into 2 groups based on how the virus infects other files after it executes.
So, ma'am, a virus in our system will always remain in it?
Actually, Rajesh, viruses are categorized differently. Some are residential and some are non-residential. A resident virus hides or loads itself into computer memory, which then allows it to infect any file that is run by the computer. It continues to run even after the infected file closes. Being loaded into memory, it does not need to be executed for it to infect other files. Rather, it activates whenever the operating system OS loads or operates a specific function. It is difficult to remove resident viruses as they have the ability to escape the notice of antivirus or any other anti-malware software. These viruses hide themselves in the RAM of the system. Removal of these viruses thus becomes very tricky. Resident viruses could also be subdivided into 2 additional categories: fast and slow infectors. Both these terms are rather self-explanatory. On the other hand, a non-resident virus does not store or execute itself from the computer memory and remains attached to the file. It infects other files only when the infected file runs. These are also referred to as executable viruses, meaning that they need to be executed before they can infect, unlike resident virus, which infect the moment of the operating system. Let us now see some other major trendsetter viruses. We will start with file infecting virus. File infecting virus, which when enters a system becomes active when the program carrying the virus is opened. Mostly, this type of viruses comes as an attachment to a program file, usually .com, .bin, .ovl, .drv or .exe. These programs infect files or saved data in the system. The next is overwriting virus. Overwriting virus is a program written with malicious intent, which, after infection, will effectively destroy the original program code of your computer system's file data, typically by overwriting data in the system's memory. Boot sector virus are viruses which are less common now, as today's devices rely less on physical storage media. It functions by copying code either to the boot sector on a floppy disk or the partition table on a hard drive. It infects the computer system. The virus is loaded into memory in the startup process. Once it is comfortable in system's memory, the virus will infect any disk inserted in the system. Examples of boot sector viruses are Form, Disk Killer, Michelangelo, and Stoned. After that comes the Master Boot Record virus. The Master Boot Record viruses, as it named, are actually memory-resident viruses. They are responsible for infecting disks just like the boot sector viruses. However, they are different from the boot sector virus. They chiefly locate as codes in a different place. Some of the examples of master boot record infectors are Unashamed, NYB, and Anti-EXE. Multipartite viruses are also known as polypartite viruses. These viruses infect both the program files and boot records. Removal of these viruses is difficult, as if the boot area is cleaned and the files are not, the boot area will be reinfected again by these viruses. These multipartite viruses may again take control of the system by infecting and replicating themselves even after the infected files are cleaned. Examples of multipartite viruses include Emperor, Tequila, and Anthrax. Cluster viruses are another type of viruses which attacks systems in groups or clusters. If you find that every program on your PC is infected, then there is a chance your computer system is infected with this type of virus. Actually, this virus is only in one place on the system. It associates itself with the execution of programs by modifying directory table entries to ensure the virus itself will start when any program on the computer system is started. Experienced users can sometimes get around a cluster virus using the check disk utility and other elements of the operating system to diagnose and remove the virus. However, less savvy users can end up erasing vital program information through the use of operating system prompts. Polymorphic viruses are designed as a disguise. Many users to the net will think this is a very handy tool. However, they will create disruptions in your executive files once you have loaded them to your system. Just like chameleons who disguise themselves to merge themselves in the environment, so similarly, these viruses also disguise themselves as workable files into the system. You can call these type of viruses as a digital version of a chameleon. A polymorphic virus has the capability to change its code or mutate, but keeps the basic functions or features unchanged to remain acting maliciously.
This is very challenging, Nandita ma'am. How can we cope with all these viruses?
Well, there are ways. Let me explain. One of the main methods of detecting the threats is the identification of signatures. But polymorphic viruses avoids detection by changing itself in the system. They use a polymorphic process, as it will not have the same signatures once it has changed. After that comes the rootkit virus. Imagine someone entering your home and making himself comfortable on the central sofa in the drawing room. He changes switches in your home. In a way, some of them work the other way round. When you want to switch on the light or fan, it switches them off, or the rest stop working altogether. A rootkit virus does something similar to it, as it installs an unauthorized rootkit on the system and gives attackers full control of the system. It can then fundamentally modify or disable functions and programs. Creators of rootkit viruses wanted to bypass antivirus software, which generally scanned only applications and files. However, antivirus programs' recent versions include rootkit scanning to deal with it. Now let's talk about macroviruses.
Macroviruses. Well, there are more than I thought.
A macrovirus is a computer virus that replaces a macro, which is what enables a program to work and instigates a designated group of actions and commands. When these actions and commands are replaced by a virus, this can cause significant harm to a computer. Spreadsheets applications or word processors like Microsoft Word use macros, which are a combination of commands. This grouping of commands is meant to execute tasks which are in a sequence and often repeated. Macroviruses are designed to target these macros and change their functioning. Web scripting viruses are generally noticed in the programming utilized for a display of websites. The image, videos, the layout of a site, and its links all consist coding. This can be changed by a cyber criminal with a view to infect your computer, especially when you are clicking links or watching videos on a malicious site. Also, a site may have a malware which was added by some third party without its knowledge. Therefore, you have to be careful about visiting any sites. The list of viruses is endless, and we have to continuously keep ourselves updated about them. Beware, a pen drive is one of the biggest culprits to spread the virus. Once your pen drive or the borrowed pen drive belonging to your friend or any such removable storage device is infected, it can continue to pass on the virus and infect all the devices wherever it is used. After infecting your computer, the virus will start replicating itself or slow down for a period of time, as if in a deep sleep, until some action wakes it up and act. The virus can infect other system software or resources, or delete, copy, or even encrypt your data. A good habit would be to use a good antivirus to clean any pen drive before you use it. To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen. A computer virus is a malware which is designed to invade someone's personal system to disrupt the functioning. Computer viruses are designed to damage the computer by damaging programs, deleting files, or reformatting the hard disk. A resident virus hides or loads itself into computer memory, which then allows it to infect any file that is run by the computer. It continues to run even after the infected file closes. Being loaded into memory, it does not need to be executed for it to infect other files. Rather, it activates whenever the operating system OS loads or operates a specific function. A non-resident virus does not store or execute itself from the computer memory and remains attached to the file. It infects other files only when the infected file runs. These are also referred to as executable viruses, meaning that they need to be executed before they can infect, unlike resident virus, which infect the moment of the operating system. File-infecting virus, which when enters a system, becomes active when the program carrying the virus is opened. Overwriting virus. Overwriting virus is a program written with malicious intent, which, after infection, will effectively destroy the original program code of your computer system's file data, typically by overwriting data in the system's memory. Boot sector virus are viruses which are less common now, as today's devices rely less on physical storage media. The master boot record viruses, as it named, are actually memory resident viruses. They are responsible for infecting disks, just like the boot sector viruses. Multipartite viruses are also known as polypartite viruses. These viruses infect both the program files and boot records. Cluster viruses are another type of viruses which attacks systems in groups or clusters. Polymorphic viruses are designed as a disguise. Many users to the net will think this is a very handy tool. However, they will create disruptions in your executive files once you have loaded them to your system. A rootkit virus does something similar to it, as it installs an unauthorized rootkit on the system and gives attackers full control of the system. A macrovirus is a computer virus that replaces a macro, which is what enables a program to work and instigates a designated group of actions and commands. Web scripting viruses are generally noticed in the programming utilized for a display of web series, the image, videos, the layout of a site, and its links all consist coding.
So, Nandita ma'am, there are so much viruses that can affect our systems. For the reason, we only need to be aware of viruses?
Well, Rajesh, there are more. You also need to be aware of worms.
Worms? What are these in the computer, ma'am?
Worms are also programs created by intruders to invade a personal system. Worms are malicious codes and move to other systems by duplicating themselves and not attaching to other files. Worms cause damage similar to viruses. These are programs which are created to make holes in security software, and after that they try to steal sensitive information, corrupting files, and installing a backdoor for remote access to the system, among other issues. This kind of malware is another type of programs which are capable of operating independently within a system.
So, worms are another type of entity in the network that can enter our systems, ma'am?
Definitely, Rajesh. However, worms are a bit different from viruses. We can call them another type of malware, which is able to operate independently. In other words, is standalone and is executable, which circulates through network shares and several gaps and vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, a worm is similar to a virus by design, but it somewhat differs from virus. Unlike viruses, the worm does not depend upon attaching itself to a program or a file. As soon as it inhabits a system, it becomes active. The necessity of human intervention to propagate or spread it is not needed. It is able to travel without taking help due to its capability of taking advantage of the information transport feature. Worms often rely on the actions of and vulnerabilities in networking protocols to propagate. Take, for instance, the WannaCry ransomware worm. They had exploited a vulnerability which was not patched up in the Windows operating system. Worms may be defined as a malware that exploit the vulnerabilities of a computer operating system or the OS to self-propagate. Worms often use parts of an operating system that are automatic and invisible to the user. It uses the gaps or weakness in the internal network to which your computer is linked to move to another computer system. A computer worm loads and begins its activities on a newly infected system. The first role of the worm is to spread automatically to as many other systems as possible. It does so by replicating and sending itself to everyone in the list in every address book of all the receivers. It thereafter continues down the line. The second role is to carry out the task it was designed for, which it is loaded with a program called payload on its back. In the case of Morris worm, it was a payload to find out the size of internet then, but now the same can be used for many other purposes, even for dangerous actions. Recently, blaster worm had become notorious as it had been designed to get into the computer and allow all sorts of malicious users to control the system remotely. Today, not all the worms use vulnerabilities to spread. Instead, many other methods are used to propagate, such as use of email, peer-to-peer or shortly called P2P networks, social networks and mobiles. Worms can spread between mobile devices by sending copies of themselves attached to short message service SMS messages, or by including links to web pages that host a copy of the worm.
So, there are numerous forms of worms that we need to be alert of, Nandita ma'am.
Yes, Rajesh. Worms are of numerous nature. Let's proceed to know more about worms. Just like viruses, worms are also classified differently.
Oh, so there are varieties of worms that may infect our system, Nandita ma'am.
Definitely, Rajesh. Let me tell you about some of the types of worms. Based on the method of propagation technique, the worms can be classified like this. The first is the email worm. These types of worms are created by intruders to invade systems in the form of emails. They will offer lucrative commodities to unsuspectful users who will just open these mails to check what is in it for them. After that, these worms will reside in their system and deactivate programs or steal data. Email worms usually spread as malicious executable files attached to ordinary-looking emails. The email worm then forces the infected system to resend the worm to email addresses in users' contact lists. The worm infects new systems when email recipients open the file. Once active on the system, the result was the malware managed to resend itself to all of the contacts in Microsoft Outlook. It might said that the worm required user interaction, but the overall effect was that the worm spread during normal operation of desktop computers and without the victim's awareness. The malware reportedly affected millions of users in 2000, spreading so quickly that big enterprises like Ford Motor Company had to shut down their email services. Successful email worms usually incorporate attractive methods to tempt users to open the attached file. Most probably, you may have heard that in the recent past of a program worm called I Love You. This was one of the most damaging example of this type of computer worms ever was. This malware was propagated through several carriers, including email attachments that appeared to be text files. This worm was sent with an attractive name, I Love You, which tempted a recipient into downloading the attachment and opening it. Another worm that created a huge destruction in various sites is the Sasser worm. The Sasser worm was written by a German computer science. The worm was first noticed when it exploited a buffer overrun in a process called Local Security Authority Subsystem Service, or shortly called LSASS, which enforces security policies on the system. This worm has the ability to spread to many computers rapidly. Sasser worm uses the TCP port number 445 to attack a computer. It penetrates through some Microsoft software to reside in a system and then disrupt the system. Within a short time, the variants Sasser A, Sasser B, and Sasser C were found to be affecting hundreds of computers around the world. The W32 Sasser family of worms can also run on computers running Windows 95, 98, and ME OSs. On some systems, the worm may cause crash resulting in a system reboot. Well, Rajesh, there are also internet worms that you may need to tackle.
Internet worms? What are these, Nandita ma'am?
When it comes to worms that are created in the internet, they are programs which are completely autonomous. These worms are very infectious and mostly use an infected machine to scan the internet for other susceptible machines. And after locating and infecting them, the worm will begin the process again.
Nandita ma'am, how can we tackle these kind of threats?
There are some ways experts have devised to confront worms created in the internet. To avoid internet worms, the first thing you should do is to install the latest operating system. After that, you should check the security updates in your system. This is very important as the internet worms are at times created to exploit recently discovered security issues on not yet updated machines. After the internet worms, there are also worms called file-sharing internet worms.
What are these file-sharing network worms, ma'am?
Often we share files through the internet. While sharing the file on the internet, you are really not sure what exactly you are downloading. File-sharing worms takes advantage of it. The worm quietly copies itself into a shared folder with an unsuspecting name. Someone else downloading files from the shared folder will unwittingly download the worm, which then copies itself and repeats the process. A worm called Fatbot was one such worm that infected millions of computers in 2004 in this manner. It had the ability to steal personal information, including credit card details, and send emails on a very large scale. One of the most complex worms is Stuxnet. This worm penetrated a nuclear faculty in Iran and tried to disable the faculty by slowing down the centrifuge that caused overheating. To exactly define Stuxnet, it actually stays in sleep mode in normal computer system and had a self-destruct mechanism. It all happened in July 2010. Stuxnet was the first computer worm used as a cyber weapon. It was only being discovered at the nick of time by two security researchers after a long string of cross-checking. This attracted the interest of high-profile security specialists around the world, including Liam O'Murchu and Eric Sheehan of the Security Technology and Response shortly called STAR team at Symantec. Their extensive research led them to conclude that the worm was being used to attack an Iranian power plant with the ultimate goal of sabotaging nuclear weapon production. Although the attack ultimately failed, this computer worm is still active on the threat landscape today.
Wow, these worms could do so much things. Who exactly designed them, Nandita ma'am?
Various agencies, Rajesh, some for personal profit and some for a social organization. They are created to intrude into personal or social systems to create havoc. There are also some other worms created by intruders to infiltrate systems. They operate through instant messages and chat rooms.
Really? So we need to be very alert when we use a chat room or send or receive an instant message from someone?
Definitely, Rajesh. Let me tell you more about these kinds of worms. Instant message and chat room worms use the contact lists available in a user's chat room profile or instant message program to send links to the websites that are infected. These worms function very similarly to email worms. However, they have a weakness. They cannot function in a similar fashion as email worms. They may try to penetrate a system, but fail when the internet is closed down. As because of the requirement of the internet, the recipient of such messages must send certain personal information. When this is not provided, this kind of worms fail to penetrate the system. It happens due the requirement of the acceptance of the message by the recipient by clicking on the link. These kind of worms tend to affect only the users who are unsuspectful to the links in the internet and click on them to gain some information. After that, these worms penetrate their systems and disrupt files or specific programs in their systems. Another fear is the use of USB drives, better known as pen drives. These instruments often contain viruses or worms, which can be dangerous to one's system. You might not be aware that one of the most famous worms created in 2009, which was named Confica. This worm spread through USB drives by going through the Windows Server service vulnerability.
Oh, how can we avoid them? We use USBs all the time.
To know the true nature of worms which may infiltrate your system, you need to know how to disable them. First of all, you disable auto-run functionality for USB devices. After that, you can apply patches in vulnerabilities in the network as soon as these are made available online usually.
So, Nandita ma'am, this is all about worms that we should be alert of?
Wait, there is more. Do you know anything about Trojan horse, Rajesh?
How do Trojan horse virus infect the system?
Trojan horses originated from the story from the Greek mythology. To tell you about Internet Trojan horses, you will need to know a brief account of the history of the Greek mythology.
Well, then let's learn some mythology then.
Well, this is the history of a very beautiful woman in Greece called Helen of Troy. She was possessed by many princes or kings. To shortly explain the story, the Greeks, when they tried to seize Troy, put soldiers inside a huge wooden horse in front of the ramparts. This horse is designed to gain entry into the fortress. The soldiers of Troy unknowingly dragged the wooden horse into the fortress. After that, the soldiers packed inside the horse, attacked the fortress, and defeated the kingdom. The same trick has been used to create this malware, which was aptly named as Trojan horse. The entry to your computer system comes with the malicious software and is referred to as Trojan horse, which at first glance appears to be useful software. But once it is installed or run on your computer, it causes big damage. Unsuspecting user is tricked into opening them because they believe that they are receiving authentic software or files from a legitimate source. Once the Trojan gets activated on your computer, it can cause a variety of disruptions from annoying activities to cause serious damage by deleting files and destroying information on your system. Sometimes they are used to create a backdoor on your computer that allows access to your system to malicious users. Aim is to possibly compromise confidential or personal information. It may be remembered that unlike viruses and worms, Trojans do not reproduce by infecting other files, nor do they self-replicate.
How do Trojan horse virus infect the system?
By various ways. Let me tell you about some of the ways how Trojan virus works. A backdoor Trojan gives the hackers malicious access to take remote control over the infected computer. They entitle the malicious hacker to work on the infected computer as per the malicious intentions. They can send, receive, delete and launch files, display data, and reboot the computer. Backdoor Trojans are mostly used by hackers to exploit a group of infected computers to form a zombie network or malicious botnet that can be used for criminal purposes. Exploit is a type of Trojan that contains a malicious code or data to attack a vulnerable software or application that runs on an infected computer. Rootkits are developed by malware authors to gain access to the victim's system while they conceal their presence or their malicious activities from being detected to extend their presence to run and execute on the infected computer. Trojan Banker is a type of Trojan which is developed to extract users' account data, debit or credit card data through online banking systems, e-payment gateway. Trojan DDoSer programs developed to perform denial of service and attacks so as to infect the victim's web address.
The malware program sends multiple forms from the victim's infected computer and forms a network with several other infected computers to strongly enforce an attack against the target address, causing a denial of service. Trojan downloaders, as the name suggests, it is developed by hackers to download and install new versions of malicious programs onto the target victim's computer. Trojan dropper programs are developed by malware authors to install Trojans, viruses, and escape the detection of malicious programs. Most of the traditional antivirus programs are inefficient to scan all the components of this Trojan. Trojan fake AV programs pretend to operate like an antivirus software. They are developed by cyber thieves to obtain money from the target user. In return, in order to detect and remove threats, despite the threats that they report are non-existent in real time. The main target for Trojan game thief are online gamers, and their prime motive is to steal the user account information. Trojan IM programs primarily extract users' login and passwords of Skype, Facebook Messenger, ICQ, MSN Messenger, Yahoo Pager, AOL, and many more. Trojan ransom is developed to alter data on the victim's computer so that the system doesn't perform its function correctly, and also it does not let the user use certain data. The criminal would demand a ransom to be paid by the victim to unblock the restricted access to the data and restore the computer's performance. Trojan SMS programs send text messages from the victim's mobile device to other phone numbers. Trojan spy programs, as the name suggests, can spy on how the victim is using the computer. For example, tracking data, taking screenshots, or extracting a list of running applications. Trojan mail finder programs are developed by hackers to extract email addresses from the victim's computer.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I know how to be aware of the threats from worms in the system.
My pleasure, Rajesh. You can ask me anything about the security of the system.
To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen.
Worms are malicious codes and move to other systems by duplicating themselves and not attaching to other files. Recently, Blaster Worm had become notorious as it had been designed to get into the computer and allow all sorts of malicious users to control the system remotely. The Sasser worm was written by a German computer science. The worm was first noticed when it exploited a buffer overrun in a process called Local Security Authority Subsystem Service, or shortly called LSASS, which enforces security policies on the system. This worm has the ability to spread to many computers rapidly. Email worms are worms which are created by intruders to invade systems in the form of emails. They will offer lucrative commodities to unsuspectful users who will just open these mails to check what is in it for them. After that, these worms will reside in their system and deactivate programs or steal data. File-sharing worms takes advantage of it. The worm quietly copies itself into a shared folder with an unsuspecting name. Someone else downloading files from the shared folder will unwittingly download the worm, which then copies itself and repeats the process. Instant message and chat room worms function very similarly to email worms. However, they have a weakness. They cannot function in a similar fashion as email worms. They may try to penetrate a system, but fail when the internet is closed down. Trojan horse are entries to your computer system which comes with a malicious software. At first glance, it appears to be useful software, but once it is installed or run on your computer, it causes big damage. Unsuspecting user is tricked into opening them because they believe that they are receiving authentic software or files from a legitimate source.
So far, you have explained to me about the viruses and the worms, to say nothing about the Trojan horses. Are there any more threats while using the network, Nandita ma'am?
Well, Rajesh, there are more. Let me tell you about the additional threats you might face.
Additional threats beside the viruses and worms? What could they be, ma'am?
Well, there are also spywares, which you should be aware of. Spywares work similarly like a person whose presence is noticed when he or she moves around in social circles. When you go to some place, everyone present there can see and talk to you. Also, what you say, discuss, or where you go to during this period is known to all those around you. You walk through streets, enter lifts in buildings, use metro rail, or dine at a canteen or restaurant. Video cameras are recording your movements. Similarly, the moment you have logged in onto the internet or have switched on your phone, which is connected to the internet, all the activities are logged somewhere or the other, including at your own computer system. This data is available to all those on the internet who may wish to obtain it, though not easily. With the specially designed applications, this information or data may also be accessed and misused without your knowledge or consent. Not only digital logs of your physical activities, your computer activities or even mobiles are not secure enough if you do not bother to follow the best practices that are advised. The type of malware that tries to steal information from you without you knowing or approving is called a spyware. It could be working, posing as a legitimate program, or behind the scenes, quietly track web browsing data or monitor keyboard strokes to know what your password is.
Nandita ma'am, just how do we can recognize if the spyware has infected your computer?
Well, Rajesh, if you find that your computer's performance has recently started to suffer and especially if strange pop-ups are showing up. Websites are redirecting to places you have not intended. Your friends in the email contact list are getting odd spam messages that appear to be from you but have not been sent by you. Then consider the possibility of your computer being infected by a spyware.
Really? Does that mean that spywares are of various types, Nandita ma'am?
Yes, Rajesh. There are various types of spyware. Let me tell you about a few of them. Spywares are classified into two groups as what is taught by various schools.
Schools? Should spyware categorizing should have institutes?
Yes, Rajesh. There are various thought groups on how they operate. Formally, there are two schools of thoughts. One of them groups them into categories as per who has installed it, while the other groups them into what task do they perform. The first school suggests you can generally group them into two categories: domestic spyware and commercial spyware. Let's start with domestic spyware. The majority of domestic spyware software is installed by the employers to monitor the internet behavior of their network and quietly observe the online activities of their employees. Sometimes this software is also used by the police departments, who employ these types of software to monitor suspected criminal activities. Domestic spyware is also used by certain family members to monitor other family members secretly. Not only the owners of the computers use the spyware, there are others, like some unsuspecting people, using the spyware to monitor or gather information from friends.
Oh, I was not aware of these kind of activities on the net. However, what is commercial spyware, Nandita ma'am?
Commercial spyware are programs designed to hit or target commercial enterprises. Their chief attempt is to steal valuable data from a commercial institute. Have you noticed pop-ups or advertisements that appear on your PC? Most of them contains commercial spyware to lure unsuspecting users to buy things from their marketing enterprises. Half the time, you may not require these stuff. However, many falls into such traps. If you have searched for clothes once on the internet through online agencies, the advertisements start rolling out for varieties of clothes on your system thereafter. These spywares are created by various marketing agencies to know what a customer is searching for. Soon after, they start bugging the system of the customer with pestering offers to sell stuff and commodities. It becomes very irritating for net users when these pop-ups come out whenever they open a site. Basically, this is the result of the commercial spyware, which is also known as the adware. In other words, these adware or web bugs are deployed by the companies to track your internet browsing activities. The process consists of companies tracking your online habits to often sell this information to the people in the market, who then hit you with targeted advertisements that might appeal to you as they match your interests shown by your browsing history on the internet.
So, Nandita ma'am, these spyware creators can simply manipulate an unknown user just by monitoring the browsing history of the user?
Yes, Rajesh. They simply operate to check an user's online activity and develop an understanding what the user is searching for and thereby know his or her needs and requirement. Let me tell you about the alternate classification of spywares. Alternate classification of spyware is divided into 4 types. They are adware, system monitors, tracking cookies, and Trojans. Here are some of the different ways how these spywares operates on unsuspecting users of the internet. You need to be alert of these spywares whenever you are using the internet. The first is key loggers. These spywares are software which records all of your keystrokes besides passwords. What website you visit is recorded by Internet URL or Uniform Resource Locator and website address. Loggers and screen recorders stores and send a snapshot of the screen without your knowledge. Chat loggers and email recorders are another type of spyware. This type of spyware records all your chats or emails sent or received by you. They can steal valuable information from your email accounts or chat mails. PC hijacking software is used to send thousands of emails by using your connection and your internet service provider. Another type of spyware is browser hijacking. Sometimes browser hijacking software is used to generate greater hits to a website by placing a shortcut in your favorite folder. Modern hijacking software is designed to install in a dialer of a mobile phone with internet connection. Many users get heavy phone bills because of a modem hijacker software installed a dialer in his or her phone. This kind of spyware usually prompts a customer to click on an email with an unknown attachment. After that, they get into the system.
So, using smartphones are not safe at all, Nandita ma'am?
Well, if you are not very careful, smartphones too are not very safe. All the call logs, including the incoming and outgoing calls and timings, can be viewed by a spyware. All the text messages received or sent, and even the deleted messages can be read. The spyware is capable of listening and recording all the incoming and outgoing phone calls to know what you are up to and what you have been talking about. It doesn't limit itself to it. It is even equipped to track details such as the websites you have visited and how regularly you have been doing that. The spyware can also see all your contents such as your pictures, videos, and saved notes on the phones. In short, nothing is safe if you do not use precautions.
Nandita ma'am, is there any way by which we can remove spywares if they get into our system?
Definitely, Rajesh. There are ways. Let me explain. You may like to try out simple methods before you decide to take advanced help. Do not hesitate to do it yourself, as initially it may sound complex, but if handled correctly, it can be done. Although the process differs from device to device, but you may begin by downloading spyware blocker software and run security scans. Remember to remove temporary files from your computer system. Similarly, mobile users may also need to update software from time to time. remove unwanted applications, or perform a factory reset. Finally, it is you who should be security conscious at all times and avoid clicking suspicious links or downloading unknown software, as spyware is widely spread across the web environment and is ever present on today's mobile and desktop devices. At the cost of repeating, it is further advised to consider using security software to keep you constantly protected.
That was spyware and how to remove them. Are there any more threats to the system while using the internet, Nandita ma'am?
Well, there are botnets too, which you need to be aware of. In the recent times, botnets have become a real big threat. The word botnet consists of two words in parts, which are robots and network. Each computer in a botnet is called a bot. The networks of such bots used by cyber criminals to commit the crime are called botnets. Bots forming a network of compromised computers or botnets are controlled by a command and control server that controls their activities, which include transmitting malware or spam or even launch attacks. The cyber criminals who control them are generally called bot masters. With the botnets available, any internet-connected system can easily be infiltrated by them. Malware can be deployed and websites can be attacked with ease. Personal information can be stolen, fake news can be spread, and advertisers can easily be defrauded. Recently, botnets were used in the last presidential elections 2016 in the United States of America. There were controversies about fake ads and influencing of the opinion through the social media.
Well, ma'am, how are the botnets created?
To create a botnet, 3 basic activities are required. Let me tell you about them. The first activity is the setting up of a command and control server by the creator at his end. The second part of the activities is to inject the malware into the targeted computer through various means discussed earlier. Usually, it is sent as a worm through a Trojan horse email, which looks harmless and useful to the user. He is thus tricked into opening it. Once it is done, the computer becomes a zombie, which is nothing but a prisoner or captive who is ready to obey any of the commands given to him by the command and control server. The third part is to compromise millions of computers besides this infected computer, and the bot master needs to get to as many devices and bots under his command as possible to make it bigger in size, to create disruption or impact the functioning of the internet for making money. The bot designers often resort to design autonomous botnets that are able to self-propagate, find and infect devices automatically. Like the military planes, these autonomous bots carry out seek and infect mission by constantly searching the internet for weak and vulnerable internet-connected devices and systems that have not bothered to update the operating systems or haven't used antivirus software. What is worrisome about the botnets is that after infecting your device, Botnets can modify personal information by accessing your system and attack other computers as well as commit many other crimes through your computer, which by now has become a zombie. Even though the time taken for the growth of the botnets is comparatively larger than other forms of attacks, you are likely to remain unaware that your device is being controlled by it. Also, it is very difficult to detect it as the computing power used by the botnet is small enough to avoid disrupting normal functioning of your computer, which can alert you. Another trick up their sleeve is to constantly keep changing behavior to prevent any detection by cybersecurity software. Also, newer versions are even harder to find as the botnet design continues to evolve.
Wow, there are so much threats involved while using the internet. I will definitely remain alert of these malicious software. Thank you, Nandita ma'am, for your help.
You are most welcome, Rajesh.
To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen.
The type of malware that tries to steal information from you without you knowing or approving is called a spyware. It could be working, posing as a legitimate program, or behind the scenes, quietly track web browsing data or monitor keyboard strokes to know what your password is. The majority of domestic spyware software is installed by the employers to monitor the internet behavior of their network and quietly observe the online activities of their employees. Commercial spyware are used to lure unsuspecting users to buy things from their marketing enterprises. Half the time, you may not require these staff. However, many falls into such traps. Key loggers. These spywares are software which records all of your keystrokes besides passwords. Chat loggers and email recorders are another type of spyware. This type of spyware records all your chats or emails sent or received by you. They can steal valuable information from your email accounts or chat mails. The majority of domestic spyware software is installed by the employers to monitor the internet behavior of their network and quietly observe the online activities of their employees. Commercial spyware are used to lure unsuspecting users to buy things from their marketing enterprises. Half the time, you may not require these staff. However, many falls into such traps. Key loggers. These spywares are software which records all of your keystrokes besides passwords. Chat loggers and email recorders are another type of spyware. This type of spyware records all your chats or emails sent or received by you. They can steal valuable information from your email accounts or chat mails. Modern hijacking software is designed to install in a dialer of a mobile phone with internet connection. Many users get heavy phone bills because of a modem hijacker software installed a dialer in his or her phone. You can remove spyware by using a spyware blocker software and run security scans. Botnet consists of two words in parts, which are robots and network. Each computer in a botnet is called a bot. The networks of such bots used by cyber criminals to commit the crime are called botnets.
That is incredible. There are so much threats to the net users. Nandita ma'am, are there any more?
Well, you should also be aware of the additional threats to the network.
Additional threats? What could they be, ma'am?
Besides all the viruses and spyware, there are some additional threats. Let me tell you. Let's start with SQL. The full form of SQL, often pronounced as SQL, is Structured Query Language. SQL accesses and lets you manipulate databases. As the technology grew, the websites also started becoming more technologically advanced as well as dynamic in nature. This dynamism generated need to store input of the user and content of the site in databases. A program to do the same was needed, and SQL was developed and added to almost every popular scripting language. But it also became vulnerability, as it allowed an attacker to inject malicious input into an SQL statement. A very simple example of a metro train running between 4 stations A, B, C and D can be studied to understand this phenomenon a little better. The train has been programmed to halt at stations only if some passenger were waiting at the platform. Otherwise, it does not halt there. The train keeps on moving to the next station, and so on and so forth. If someone with malicious intent changes this programming statement and instructs the metro train to ignore passengers waiting at the middle 2 B and C stations and halt at the end in D station only, it will create a big jam and the whole metro train system is likely to come to a grinding halt until the right program or the process becomes effective. Same thing happens when SQL injection is used. It changes the program by giving invalid inputs, and as a result, the site gets compromised. Same thing happens when SQL injection is used. It changes the program by giving invalid inputs, and as a result, the site gets compromised. Technically speaking, fundamentally, an input validation error is what the SQL injection is all about. These vulnerabilities surface when an application which interacts with a database and in an unsafe manner allows passage of data to an SQL query, as we saw in the case of Metro above. Remember,
when the data is mistaken as instructions. The SQL injection attack impact can include leakage of sensitive data to the public, the destruction of the entire database or website defacement. SQL injections has been rated as the #1 most dangerous security vulnerability out of all the types of security intrusions and has almost constantly and consistently remained amongst the top vulnerabilities for a long period. There have been instances when millions of web pages were affected by SQL injections in just 1 month, and there was economic disruption too as a result. More recently, SQL injection attack was reported to have been used in high-profile attacks against organizations such as Sony Pictures. SQL impact on business sites can be very far-reaching. A successful attack may result in the unauthorized viewing of user lists, the deletion of entire tables, and, in certain cases, the attacker gaining administrative rights to a database, all of which are highly detrimental to a business. When calculating the potential cost of an SQLI, it is important to consider the loss of customer trust should personal information such as phone numbers, addresses, and credit card details are stolen. While this vector can be used to attack any SQL database, websites are the most frequent targets.
Are there any measures that user can undertake to prevent SQL injection attacks?
It is mostly the designers of website who do something to prevent these attacks. However, the most important thing for the user is the awareness of it. User should ensure that he updates his systems regularly. The user should always patch his systems to prevent him from becoming the medium through which these attacks could be launched. The next is buffer overflow.
What is this buffer overflow, ma'am?
To understand the concept of buffer overflow, let us take the example of a cup of tea. When you pour more tea in this cup beyond its capacity, tea will overflow and spread over to the nearby area. In the same manner, if the storage area of the system has a fixed code length capacity and some code tries to force more data, it is but natural that program will overflow the boundaries and it will overwrite itself in the memory in immediate nearby locations. This phenomenon is called the buffer overflow.
How does this phenomenon can harm our systems, Nandita ma'am?
The potential threat of buffer overflow can be explained as overwriting of the memory of the system, which can result in corrupting the data or crashing the system. The buffer overflow may result into not only overwriting adjacent memory location, but also it could corrupt the data or crash the program, or might even cause the malicious code to execute programs just inside your system, which can steal your data saved in your system.
Just how this treat originated, ma'am?
Well, for that you need to know the factual origin of the threat. As a matter of fact, the credit to push cybersecurity to the forefront of the computer professionals goes to a buffer overflow in Unix program that allowed a cyber expert to create a worm which infected 10% of the internet in just 2 days in the late 1980s.
Oh, It all started back then?
Yes, Rajesh, this was not a very new thing. The risk factor is bad programming practices.
Bad programming practices that leave open vulnerabilities are responsible for buffer overflow. In some programming languages, there are many manipulative functions of memory in which there are no checks that the number of bytes which are being written or read would fit in the buffer. The result is that the buffer meant for it gets quickly overwritten. It is often common for the developers of web applications to not allocate buffers that are large enough or check for the overflow issues. Attackers misuse this vulnerability to sometimes get control of the administrative rights of your computer system too. In reality, a buffer overflow exploit, the attacker sends data to a program which it stores in an undersized stack buffer. The result is that information on the call stack is overwritten, including the function's return pointer. The data sets the value of the return pointer so that when the function returns, it transfers control to malicious code contained in the attacker's data. Although this type of stack buffer overflow is still common on some platforms and in some development communities, there are a variety of other types of buffer overflow, including heap buffer overflow and off-by-one error, among others. Another very similar class of flaws is known as format string attack. There are a number of excellent books that provide detailed information on how buffer overflow attacks work, including building secure software, writing secure code, and the shell coder's handbook. At the code level, buffer overflow vulnerabilities usually involve the violation of a programmer's assumptions. Many memory manipulation functions in C and C++ do not perform bounds checking and can easily overwrite the allocated bounds of the buffers they operate upon. Even bounded functions can cause vulnerabilities when used incorrectly. The combination of memory manipulation and mistaken assumptions about the size or makeup of a piece of data is the root cause of most buffer overflows.
Are there any example of malwares which creates buffer overflow, Nandita ma'am?
Yes, there are examples, Rajesh. You might have heard of the malware Heartbleed recently, which is buffer overflow vulnerability in the OpenSSL cryptography library. Heartbleed caused an exposure to a vulnerable version of the OpenSSL software to hundreds of millions of users of online services and software platforms. Buffer overflow is used by the attackers to harm the web applications. Codes contain harmful elements in the additional data and are designed to convey new instructions to the computer being attacked. In the case of email virus, users can protect themselves by not opening the attached file. But in this case, users do not even have to open the message to enable the attack. Finally, what could be said about detection, prevention, and mitigation of buffer overflow is that it is more of a job of cybersecurity professionals to handle it than the users who need to be aware of it the least. For your knowledge, it is just an introduction to the awareness of what harm may be caused by buffer overflow.
So, these are all the additional threats that we need to be aware of.
Actually, there is more. You also need to be aware of cross-site scripting.
Cross-site scripting. What could this be, Nandita ma'am?
Cross-site scripting allows programmers to create their own web pages. JavaScript is a programming language which was developed by Netscape to allow programmers to create more dynamic web pages. Besides its utility, JavaScript also introduced vulnerability because when two pages from different websites were loaded next to each other in a browser, which you can say is gathered in a frame or separate window, JavaScript from one site could cross the boundary to read or modify the page from the other site. This vulnerability was called cross-site scripting, or shortly called XSS. Depending on the severity of the attack, user accounts may be compromised, Trojan horse programs activated, and page content modified, misleading users into willingly surrendering their private data. Finally, session cookies could be revealed, enabling a perpetrator to impersonate valid users and abuse their private accounts. Cross-site scripting attacks can be broken down into two types: stored and reflected. Stored XSS, also known as persistent XSS, is the more damaging of the two. It occurs when a malicious script is injected directly into a vulnerable web application. Although this problem was resolved by a policy called same origin, which prevented documents from one origin from reading or modifying documents from a different origin. However, while this policy is followed widely and is effective, many web programmers can still leave their web applications open to this type of attack on account of poor coding. Like many common vulnerabilities, input validation errors is the cause of XSS. Attacks take place due to websites accepting inputs from untrusted source and thereafter serving it to the web page. An attacker can use XSS to send a malicious script to an unsuspecting user. The end user's browser has no way to know that the script should not be trusted and will execute the script because it thinks the script came from a trusted source. The malicious script can access any cookies, session tokens, or other sensitive information retained by the browser and used with that site. These scripts can even rewrite the content of the HTML page. For more details on the different types of XSS flaws.
Just how does these programs infiltrate our systems, Nandita ma'am?
Well, for that, let's check what most users of the internet do. For that, suppose a user types in a keyword in any sites. Let us take an example of a keyword name tree, which is typed for Google search. It must first accept this keyword input to decide that you are searching for name tree. If there are any programming errors, keyword input will not be validated and the search results will not be what you had asked for. Instead, you start getting some other results, say mango tree. This gap is exploited by cyber criminals to obtain the details which may harm the user. Using the XSS vulnerability in a banking application, the attacker has the potential for stealing information such as your bank balance and other private details from the web page.
What can a user do to mitigate or reduce or lessen the threat from XSS attacks?
For that, you need to know about the latest browsers. Latest browsers like Internet Explorer, or shortly called IE, include XSS filter technologies, which prevent XSS attacks as and when it detects. Firefox users may like to install the NoScript plugin, which also contains an XSS filter. NoScript also allows the user to specify which sites they trust to run JavaScript code, but denies non-trusted sites by default. Chrome too has the filter to prevent reflective XSS attacks.
So, Nandita ma'am, we have to be very aware while using any popular sites too.
Definitely, Rajesh. The most popular sites are the ones which are mostly hit by intruders.
To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen.
The full form of SQL, often pronounced as SQL, is Structured Query Language. SQL accesses and lets you manipulate databases. SQL was developed and added to almost every popular scripting language. But it also became vulnerability, as it allowed an attacker to inject malicious input into an SQL statement. If the storage area of the system has a fixed code length capacity and some code tries to force more data, it is but natural that program will overflow the boundaries and it will overwrite itself in the memory in immediate nearby locations. This phenomenon is called the buffer overflow. Heartbleed recently, which is buffer overflow vulnerability in the OpenSSL cryptography library. Heartbleed caused an exposure to a vulnerable version of the OpenSSL software to hundreds of millions of users of online services and software platforms. JavaScript introduced vulnerability because when two pages from different websites were loaded next to each other in a browser, which you can say is gathered in a frame or separate window, JavaScript from one site could cross the boundary to read or modify the page from the other site. This vulnerability was called cross-site scripting, or shortly called XSS.
I have learned so much about the threats while using the internet from you, Nandita ma'am. I believe that was all we need to be aware of.
Actually, Rajesh, there are new trends to the threats that are surfacing. Repeat.
Oh, so there are new trendsetters too who are using the internet for dubious purposes?
Yes, Rajesh. Let me tell you about some of them. Now you should know that cyberspace does not distinguish between a person with a bad intent and a normal user. This very factor is exploited by cyber criminals who take advantage of it by posing threats in this environment. Their main target, as usual, is unsuspecting users of the network. Through various ways, they would intrude into the personal system of the user to steal or disturb data. In the previous modules, we have discussed threats that are known attacks and saw how they affect known operating system or exploit vulnerabilities in applications. But now, as the technology has jumped ahead, so have the cyber threats. New trends have emerged and intruders use new software to penetrate someone's personal system. Threats now come in the form of attacks from unknown source that exploit the unknown or vulnerabilities that are unpatched.
Does that mean we do not have any defense against the new threats to the system, Nandita ma'am?
Actually, no. There are defense measures from the new threats too. While the protection against the basic threats needed cyber hygiene and some tools at the user's end to remain protected, protection against newly trending cyber threats require several layers of defense, which is actually defense in depth, knowledge, and necessary expertise of the threats. As a professional, you also need to have skills to detect and react to the attack. Development of skills to deal with them requires a separate curriculum involving hands-down training in the lab.
What are these curriculum, ma'am?
Well, there are also things called actors on the scene. Let me tell you about them. Actors on the scene means people who try to intrude into other person's system through the network.
Oh, by that way, they can infiltrate the system through the network.
Yes, Rajesh. Let me explain these activities in details. Let us first see as to what the motivations are for people to pose threats in the cyberspace and who they really are. The list of such people does not only include cyber criminals, but also the terrorists organizations like the ISIS. These organizations believe in radicalizing the population. These organizations use the internet to propagate radical messages to lure in more people into their manifesto.
Radicalize into false prepositions, ma'am?
Yes, these organizations, which are misfits of the world, just do that. Radicalize means causing somebody to adopt radical positions on political or social issues through the internet. They thereby recruit youths who are vulnerable. There are scores of cases where young children have first been attracted towards their propaganda and then radicalized. Ultimately, they are then drafted into joining ISIS from all over the world to fight for an inane cause. There are also other users of this practice, mostly from the secret services of various nations who need to obtain information on an enemy country and prevent compromise of own information. Similarly, the defense and military organizations need to keep a tab on their enemy. For this purpose, they too use the internet to keep a tab on the other parties.
Why would some secret organization of a nation do this, Nandita ma'am?
The reason behind this is all about subcover. These organizations are paid to steal vital information from enemy nations. To do exactly that, they need to access the database of various nations who are opposed. For that, they need the internet. You might have heard about hacktivists, who are hackers and activists rolled into one and want to support and preach their ideology. Their agenda might include hacking into an enemy nation-state websites and defacing them as a counter to their hacking into own country websites.
Yes, I have often heard in the news of infiltrators who disrupts national information systems.
Definitely, Rajesh. These are organizations or individuals who target valuable data from a nation they are opposed.
Oh my God! Could we too be targets to such organizations, Nandita ma'am?
To tell you frankly, Rajesh, the possible targets of such enterprises are many. Who knows what data an organization or an individual keeps? Recently, the canvas for cyber attack is getting bigger. Besides individuals, there are numerous other targets that are threatened by the cyber attackers in multiple ways and means. Private companies and the industry are the biggest targets for industrial espionage, financial gains or competition by their rivals. Civil societies face the danger of losing vital information or getting blackmailed. The media might get their news compromised even before it is published or broadcasted. Public institutions remain on the radar of the cyber attackers to disrupt public supplies and services. The most important targets are the core or critical information institutions, or shortly called the CIIs, like the power, rail, road and air transportation networks. Communication networks providing the internet connectivity. Finally, as we all know, espionage means the practice of spying or of using spies. The military assets have always been the vital and strategic targets of enemies.
So, such organizations only target military intelligence, ma'am?
Apparently no. They also target business organizations too, because many business organizations keeps data which could be instrumental to their purposes.
Oh, that is threatening. Is there any more threats, ma'am?
To be frank, Rajesh, you should also know about the advanced persistent threats to the network users.
Advanced persistent threats. What are they, Nandita ma'am?
Advanced persistent threats are intruders who can invade a system beside modern antivirus systems. To better tell you in details, let's talk about the defense against basic threats. Defense against basic threats relies upon detection based on their signature patterns and employment of endpoint security, including intrusion prevention system or simply IPS. However, new cyber threats have evolved to bypass such defenses. Normal firewall or antivirus is not sufficient enough or foolproof defenses against them. Attacks by these threats remain undetected for long period and require different methods and difficult approach, such as detection on abnormal behavior.
This is really very dangerous. Are there any measures we can take to prevent such activities from invading our systems, ma'am?
There are measures for prevention. However, let me tell you first about the advanced persistent threat attacks.
Advanced persistent threat attacks. What are these now, Nandita ma'am?
These are phases when some intruders attack your system with advanced technology that they possess. It would be interesting to note the pattern Advanced Persistent Threats, shortly called APTs. The first action by this type of cyber attack is to infiltrate and compromise the computer, which is a part of the target organization network. Any of the methods, such as phishing emails, social engineering attacks, exploiting application vulnerability, or the zero-day vulnerability is used to bypass the defenses in the network. Having arrived on the scene, it reports to its master back home, which is the command and control, which is shortly known as CNC server. The attacker lies low for some time to avoid detection. The target computer works as the launchpad for this attack and remains on the lookout to attack the host network from inside, and thus APT ultimately compromises the entire network of the organization. It deploys additional tools to fulfill its goal of extracting data. On identifying the desired data, it establishes access point to steal the data. The attacker begins to send the data back to its master. Like a thief who has reached the treasury containing jewels and gold, the attacker is very careful and plans his exfiltration very discreetly. Data is encrypted, as it does not alarm the tools deployed inside the network to prevent the data loss and sent out in batches to avoid detection due to anomalous behavior. A smart thief always covers his tracks, and a host is often made on a cloud-based staging area where the stolen data temporarily resides. The data is finally extracted and moved out to an unknown location. The temporary staging area is destroyed. The evidence of the APT attack is removed so as to leave no traces or signs of the attack. The network continues to remain compromised, and the attacker can return again at his will. This advanced persistent threat, or better known as APT, is a broad term used to describe an attack campaign in which an intruder or team of intruders establishes an illicit, long-term presence on a network in order to mine highly sensitive data. The target of these assaults, which are very carefully chosen and researched, typically include large enterprises or governmental networks. The consequences of such intrusions are vast and include intellectual property theft, which means extracting data from trading organizations or agencies related to trade organizations. They compromised sensitive information like pilfering into employee and user private data. After that, they try to sabotage critical organizational infrastructure. For example, they try to delete database. Then they try to take the total site. Executing an APT assault requires more resources than a standard web application attack. The perpetrators are usually teams of experienced cyber criminals having substantial financial backing. Some APT attacks are government-funded and used as cyber warfare weapons. APT attacks differ from traditional web application threats. In that factor, they are significantly more complex. They are not hit-and-run attacks. Once a network is infiltrated, the perpetrator remains in order to attain as much information as possible. They are manually executed and not automated against a specific mark and indiscriminately launched against a large pool of targets. They often aim to infiltrate an entire network as opposed to one specific part. More common attacks such as remote file inclusion or simply referred to as RFI, SQL injection, and cross-site scripting, which is also known as XSS are frequently used by perpetrators to establish a foothold in a targeted network. Next, Trojans and backdoor shells are often used to expand the foothold and create a persistent presence within the targeted perimeter.
How can organizations mitigate APT attacks?
Apparently, these organizations target unsuspectful organizations and infiltrate their systems. APT attacks usually target the networks of organizations both in public or private sector and not individuals. It needs huge resources which only a state or government-sponsored or funded organization can afford. As the name suggests, the APT attacks try to stay hidden for a long time. It is obvious that protecting the organization from APT attack requires higher skills, processes, technology, and resources. There are thousands of variations in the malware that adds to the difficulty level to protect an organization against the APT. Constant monitoring of the network, collection of logs, and analysis of logs along with log correlation from various resources assists in detecting the APT attack. There are professional tools such as security information and event management, which is shortly called SIEM. This system helps in correlating and analyzing logs collected from syslog server. There are actually 5 steps in ATP attack. Let me tell you about them one by one.
What are these 5 stages of ATP attack, Nandita ma'am?
Unlike phishing expeditions, where hackers send out large numbers of infected emails, hoping to trap random victims, an APT assault seeks out one high-value target and looks for vulnerabilities within the target enterprise's infrastructure. In the very initial phase, a virus called the configure worm was released. It raised its ugly head in 2008 and infected millions of computers in more than 200 countries. Is an example of a typical, albeit sophisticated, phishing campaign. In 2011, Symantec reported on an APT targeting companies in the petroleum and chemical industry called Nitro. That was a classic APT aimed at a narrow range of victims. Well, when it comes to the 5 stages of infiltration, it starts with reconnaissance. In this initial phase, the attacker leverages information from a variety of factors to understand their target. Hackers have become very sophisticated and sometimes use information garnered from company websites, social media, and other sources to pinpoint their attacks at specific individuals within an organization. Secondly, comes incursion. By this method, the intruders invade a system silently. Once inside their clueless victim's enterprise, hackers deliver targeted malware to vulnerable systems and people. Next is discovery. Now, the attackers stay low and operate patiently in order to avoid detection. They then map the organization's defenses from the inside, create a battle plan, and deploy multiple parallel attack channels.
After that comes capture. Capture is usually done by hackers. Hackers access unprotected systems and capture data over an extended period of time, unbeknownst to the victim enterprise. They may also install malware
intended to steal data or disrupt operations. At the very end comes exfiltration. At this stage, captured information is sent back to the attack team's home base for analysis and perhaps further exploitation and fraud. Well, Rajesh, whatever we have discussed so far is not enough. There are also blended threats while using the network.
What are blended threats, ma'am?
Blended threats are used by cyber experts to combine various programs like viruses and Trojans to create havoc in a system.
Just how do they do that?
With the greater awareness through several media, users have become savvier about traditional threats, but not to be outdone. Cybercriminals are discovering ways and means to stay ahead on the curve. The current trend is to combine all the components of worms, Trojans, and viruses, plus more to maximize the damage and increase the difficulty of detection and prevention of the threat. Blended threats are more sophisticated form of attack by building some of the worst aspects of viruses, worms, Trojan horses, and malicious code into one single threat. Characteristics of blended threats are that they damage the infected system or network and propagate using multiple means. Website links from where malware or spyware is secretly downloaded to computers are distributed by using spam emails or instant messages in the most type of blended attacks. Blended attacks severity can be measured from the example of mobile operator who lost 10 million in just a few days' time. As per the incident, thousands of missed call alerts were received by subscribers. When they dialed the number back, it had a recorded voice message stating number was busy and to call back later. In fact, the number they dialed was an international satellite phone service costing a few dollars per minute. By the time customer complained after they received the bills, money had already been paid by their operator to the satellite company. The customers had to be refunded by the operator from his own kitty, thus suffering a great loss. A blended approach might send an email with an attachment to the target computer, while the initial payload could be a virus in the attachment. It could also have worm-like capabilities to spread after making the original infection. Real-life examples of blended threat programs include Code Red and Bugbear. A significant percentage of modern malware are actually blended threats, even though they are referred to as a worm or virus. This is especially true with botnets, where exploits involve multiple forms of propagation, Trojan horse-like functionality, and then the capability to launch a coordinated denial of service attack.
So, we are also to be aware of such threats, ma'am?
Definitely, Rajesh. Now let me tell you about denial of service attacks.
Just what is denial of service attack, ma'am?
Have you come across moments on the internet when a particular website, which opens quickly on any normal day, doesn't open despite many attempts, and you are unable to say, look up your exam results, which has just been declassified and put on the web? Besides other factors, it happens because of sudden spurt of interest and everyone clicking on the website link simultaneously. Too much of traffic leading to the machine or the network makes it unavailable. You can also compare it with the traffic jam on the road when there are too many cars using it at the same time. This is an example when the website is not available for its own inadequacy. However, the denial of service or DOS attack is launched by maliciously directing traffic to a server hosting the website and flooding it with requests and making it inadequate as a result. As per the protocol, these requests have to be authenticated by the network or server which finds them having invalid return address. As a result, the server gets busy in waiting for sending the authentication approval to the invalid address before closing the connection. The attacker continues to send more and more such authentication messages. The machine or the network can't handle the traffic more than what is the capacity it was built for, and it goes down and remains unavailable to its legitimate users till the attack lasts. It is exactly like a situation when you want to confirm to the sender the receipt of the right goods you had asked for, but the given return address is invalid. You would wait for closing the page until you have sent the confirmation. When more than one computer is used to flood the machine or the network, it is called distributed denial of services or DDoS attack. This type of attack is carried out as it is impossible to stop so many attackers by blocking at the same time. There are several variants of DOS attacks such as Smurf attack, SYN attack, ping of death attack, teardrop attack, Fraggle attack.
So, we need to be aware of such mischief too, ma'am?
Definitely, Rajesh. But wait, there are more. Have you heard of ransomware?
Ransomware? What is it, Nandita ma'am?
Ransomware is a persistent malware that creates constant disturbance to the system. Imagine yourself finding this screen on your computer or words to this effect. When ransomware hits your system, no matter what you try, the screen doesn't change. You can be rest assured that it is a ransomware attack. It becomes bad when you realize that you had not backed up your computer and had constantly ignored the warning. The only course seems to be available to you is to accept the demands of the criminal. Ransomware is typically installed in a system through a malicious email attachment, an infected software download, and or visiting a malicious website or link. When the system is infected with ransomware, it is locked down, the user's files are encrypted, or the user is restricted from accessing the computer's key features. The ransomware will send pop-up windows asking the user to pay a specific ransom to reclaim or reactivate the computer. Moreover, some ransomware-based applications also impersonate or disguise themselves as police or a government agency, claiming that the user's system is locked down for security reasons and that a fine or fee is required to reactivate it. WannaCry, a type of ransomware attacks, exposed gaps in the cybersecurity. These are very recent activities. It had hit Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, or simply called JNPT, the India's largest container port at Navi Mumbai. One of the 3 terminals' operations was affected. This attack was a part of a bigger ransomware attack at global scale, which had shut down the operations of several other Russian oil companies, like the banks in Ukraine and European multinational companies, or shortly called MNCs. It took time and effort to restore the situation. The mere fact that such a large ransomware attack could be carried out with tremendous coordination by determined hackers to damage the global institutions or the critical information infrastructure, despite their best of the efforts to maintain security.
What to do to avoid ransomware, Nandita ma'am?
As we have discussed earlier, it is very important not to click on suspected phishing emails. These threats arise when we are the least concerned and click away happily at all the types of websites. From these sites, you pick up this threat. The ransomware attacks are mainly carried out through this method. It is not only wise that you back up your computer, but it is also strongly recommended. If you do become a victim of this attack, all you have to do is to simply delete or erase or format your drive that got infected and reload from the files from your backup.
So we need to set up a backup for our systems?
Yes, but you also need to be aware of insiders' threats and attacks.
Insider threat and attacks? What are these, Nandita ma'am?
Rajesh, there are also insiders in any organization who may be an expert in network operations. We are familiar with the stories from Ramayana, where the downfall of Ravan was initiated by his own brother, who passed on vital information to Ram. Same is the case in the cyberspace. An ex-employee may intentionally or carelessly pass on the information to other company and cause big damage. Though insider attacks are a common occurrence, but not as much as other types of attacks. The main reason for insider attack is the attitude bordering casualness and carelessness in the companies where the processes is not strictly adhered to. One of the things to remember is that it is hard to discover or detect it for a long time, as we do not doubt anyone until a breach is detected and known. We must also remember that the cost to recover from the breach keeps on going up, longer it remains undetected.
Who are the people who may unwittingly or deliberately pose a threat and how it can happen, and whom we need to pay attention to, Nandita ma'am?
They could be anyone that you employ or someone who left the organization for self-adventures. They can infiltrate the systems in your organizations to create disturbances. In most of the organizations, there are users who are required to be given privileged rights. Unintentional data breach will depend upon how careful and clued up these people are to handle these rights. Maximum opportunities to misuse the data are possessed by these people. We also have large number of visitors to the organization who come to either repair or maintain the system. These people are given access to your system. Processes must be in place to prevent any misuse by them, either by design or default. We had also discussed the third category of people who may pose as insider threat. These are the employees who leave the organization either on termination of their services on any ground or people who leave for greener pastures. Spirit to take revenge makes them embarrass the previous boss or organization. Sometimes the administrator forgets to block their entry to their systems and keeps their access intact, which can cause a lot of damage. To summarize in the end, you are advised to take a look at the scores of vectors in the picture below that attack the information system. Most of these vectors have been covered in the duration of this part of the training course, while the balance would be covered in subsequent schedules.
To go for a recap of what you have learnt so far, just click on any of the buttons on the screen.
While the protection against the basic threats needed cyber hygiene and some tools at the user's end to remain protected, protection against newly trending cyber threats requires several layers of defense, which is actually defense in depth, knowledge, and necessary expertise of the threats. Actors on the scene means people who try to intrude into other person's system through the network. Private companies and the industry are the biggest targets for industrial espionage, financial gains or competition by their rivals. Civil societies face the danger of losing vital information or getting blackmailed. Advanced persistent threats are intruders who can invade a system beside modern antivirus system. To better tell you in detail, let's talk about the defense against basic threats. An advanced persistent threat, or better known as APT, is a broad term used to describe an attack campaign in which an intruder or team of intruders establishes an illicit long-term presence on a network in order to mine highly sensitive data. Well, when it comes to the 5 stages of infiltration, it starts with reconnaissance. In this initial phase, the attacker leverages information from a variety of factors to understand their target. Hackers have become very sophisticated and sometimes use information garnered from company websites, social media, and other sources to pinpoint their attacks at specific individuals within an organization. By incursion, the intruders invade a system silently. Once inside their clueless victim's enterprise, hackers deliver targeted malware to vulnerable systems and people. At the discovery stage, the attackers stay low and operate patiently in order to avoid detection. They then map the organization's defenses from the inside, create a battle plan, and deploy multiple parallel attack channels. Capture is usually done by hackers. Hackers access unprotected systems and capture data over an extended period of time. At this stage, captured information is sent back to the attack team's home base for analysis and perhaps further exploitation and fraud. Unlike phishing expeditions, where hackers send out large numbers of infected emails, hoping to trap random victims, an APT assault seeks out one high-value target and looks for vulnerabilities within the target enterprise's infrastructure. Blended threats are used by cyber experts to combine various programs like viruses and trojans to create havoc in a system. However, the denial of service or DOS attack is launched by maliciously directing traffic to a server hosting the website and flooding it with requests and making it inadequate as a result. When ransomware hits your system, no matter what you try, the screen doesn't change. You can be rest assured that it is a ransomware attack. It becomes bad when you realize that you had not backed up your computer and had constantly ignored the warning. WannaCry, a type of ransomware attacks, exposed gaps in the cybersecurity. These are very recent activities. It had hit Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, or simply called JNPT, the India's largest container port at Navi Mumbai. The main reason for insider attack is the attitude bordering casualness and carelessness in the companies where the processes is not strictly adhered to.